We will be starting off with the Agriculture Senator, Senator Roderick Sinclair, who will be sharing with us the expectations for the farming and fishers community on what the budget, he is hoping that the budget will be sharing for that group of people. In addition to that, the creative sector will also form an important part of this. Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell is already here as the Minister of Finance. He will be the one making that presentation this morning, and I know that Grenada are anxiously awaiting what he will be sharing today, as it will be speaking to his government strategies, programs, plans for the next 5 years. So we invite you to stay with us. We are also streaming on YouTube or social media platforms, also Facebook. You can join us there as we continue to share today this very, very significant day here in Grenada. It is budget day, a very, very significant budget for this Prime Minister and his administration. So now we get to hear from Senator Roderick Sinclair as to the expectation from the fisher and agriculture sector from today's budget presentation. Senator Sinclair, good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us. It's budget day here. It's a significant budget. What are your expectations?
Good morning, Arcelin. Good morning to all our listeners, our farmers, fisher folks, locally and overseas. But today is a very important day as the government has campaigned and has presented to the public a transformational agenda. And so for us within the agriculture and fishing sector, we want to be able to see more opportunities. We want to see more opportunities for markets so that we can have better livelihoods, both for our fishers and also for our farmers. We want to see something done about pre-larceny. We want to see something done about our roads. We want to build our capacity. We want to be able to access finance so that we can be able to expand our businesses. We want to see women and youth be fitted. But also we want to see the whole issue of value added, because at the end of the day, we need to look and see how do we improve our food security, how do we reduce our food import bill. So I want to see those whole aspect, and also how does that interface with the whole issue of climate change in that whole space. These are some of the things we want to see happening. We want to see some of the legislations be adjusted appropriately so that you can have better enabling environment for not only existing farmers and fishers, but for other persons. We need to also make sure that the youth at the school level, the 4-Hers, how do we build them into this whole agenda? So these are just some of my preliminary comments, and we look forward to see where the government plan to put their agenda, and then we work with what is available and we make suggestions for modifications downstream. So you'll hear more, I guess, from me as we continue into our budget debate when it comes for the Senate presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sinclair. You heard it there from the senator responsible for agriculture and our fisher folks in the Senate. What are his expectations? Quite a lot, and I think they are all timely because they are issues that are affecting the sector. In addition to that, we know that today's budget presentation will be primarily on people focused as part of the government's transformation agenda as to what will be enshrined in there. We anxiously await when we go over to the chamber at 10 o'clock this morning. While we still await people to hear their expectations from the various sectors, we know that our labor unions or labor representatives are also another group that have been clamoring for something to happen. We must say that government has campaigned upon the pension reform, pension payment that have begun. We know of that part, but there are pension reform to happen, as Prime Minister would have spoken to before. So there are many expectations, and I know the labor community, the labor representatives are looking forward to that. In addition to that, security is another key area. There are many things to happen. I know our police officers and so are looking forward to hear what the budget will include for them. But at the end of the day, whatever is presented today, it will be ensuring that Grenada, we have a better Grenada, beautiful country that we can build and grow on, and that it will be guided by whatever governments have planned for this country. So we continue to wait as people do enter. As I said, Prime Minister Mitchell is already here. A number of the other cabinet members are also here. Also, opposition MPs are also at the House. So we continue to listen in as to what's happening and count up to that time when Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell gets to present his first budget in the House as Prime Minister and also Minister of Finance. We're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we will be sharing more expectations with you. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. As we did indicate, we will be taking you into the chamber for the start of this morning's parliamentary proceedings to get the presentation of the budget in the chamber. So we are now taking you over to that area. In addition to that, we want to let you know that once we do, the budget is presented and Parliament is concluded, that the discussion will be inside the round table with myself and economist Mr. Colin Gilchrist, who will be breaking down the budget, what was presented and how it will be able to impact positively Grenada's growth and development. So we go over now to the chamber.
Good morning, everyone. Let's pray. God, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this house, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Please join me as we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done, thy kingdom come, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or formation of a new member. Confirmation of minutes.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on the 29th day of September 2022 at at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 29 September 2022 at 9 a.m. be taken as read. Those who are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary view, say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the House of Representatives held at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on the 29th day of September 2022 be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Thursday, 29th September 2022 be confirmed. Those who are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who hold the contrary view, say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Item 6, announcement by Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I just wish to inform the House that the training to be conducted by the British Parliamentary Association is scheduled for March 2023. It is proposed to be held here in Grenada in the second half of March 2023. Just want members to be aware and keep the calendar open so that we can together have the training with the British Parliamentary Association.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the following papers be laid on the table. 1. Estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2023. 2022 Annual Economic Review. Number 3, Government of Grenada 2023 Compliance Assessment Report. Item number 4, Medium-Term Fiscal Framework for the period 2023 to 2025. Item number 5, Annual Debt Report of 2021. Number 6, Fiscal Risk Statement Budget 2023. Item number 7, Medium-Term Management Strategy for the period 2023 to 2025. Item number 8, Integrity Commission 2023 Budget and its accompanying explanatory notes and work plan. Number 9, Office of the Ombudsman Budget and Plan. And finally, the minutes of the proceedings of the meetings of the Standing Committee on Finance held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Monday, the 21st day of November, 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, the preceding list of papers and reports, it is ordered that they are now laid on the table. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, if you would permit, I would like to move an amendment to the order paper so that item number 14 and 15 can be taken at this point.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the order paper be amended for item 14 and 15 to be taken at this point. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the most urgent matter here today is that of the budget presentation. Item 14 and 15 deals directly with this matter, hence the request for the amendment. I am requesting that the Honorable House continues from item number 9 once item 14 and 15 has been considered.
Honorable members, the question is that the order paper be amended so that items 14 and 15 take precedence, noting that after those items are concluded, the Honorable House will continue its business with item 9 onwards. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary view say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Item 14, motions.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 14A standing in my name, which reads, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2023 by means of an Appropriation Act. Be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January 1 to December 31, 2023 be approved.
Honorable members, the proposed is, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2023 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January 1 to December 31st, 2023 be approved. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since this is a money bill, I would like to advise that I have the consent of the Governor General to proceed.
Go on, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act and regulations, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and the Public Debt Management Act, I wish to advise that the following reports are laid before this Honorable House. 1. The Medium-Term Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2025, in accordance with Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act No. 17 of 2015, the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy 2023 to 2025, in accordance with Sections 5.1 to 5.3 of the Public Debt Management Act No. 28 of 2015, the Fiscal Risk Statement in accordance with Section 12.1e of the Fiscal Responsibility Act No. 29 of 2015 as amended, and the Compliance Report in accordance with Section 12.1c of the Fiscal Responsibility Act No. 29 of 2015 as amended. The following two additional reports are laid, Mr. Speaker. The 2022 Economic Review and the 2021 Annual Debt Report. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to deliver my maiden budget to this Honorable House, I wish to thank the Almighty God for His mercies and grace. Indeed, we have much to be thankful for. I'm extremely grateful to the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I know this time I didn't say Petite Martinique, Carriacou and Grenada. For entrusting our party, the National Democratic Congress, with a remarkable opportunity to transform our nation. Our citizens have justly voted for progressive change, a break from past failed policies and programs, from a culture of corruption and victimization, from inefficient government and weak governance, and a break from generational poverty by a large segment of our population, and by extension, the underdevelopment of our nation. Mr. Speaker, this administration will honor our promise to bring real change that will uplift this nation and secure the future of our children and grandchildren. We will work collaboratively to do what is necessary to achieve a resilient, fair, and prosperous Grenada. Mr. Speaker, while it is necessary to remain in government to effect the change we wish to see, we will not be driven by political expediency, nor will we be driven by policies aimed at keeping our people poor and vulnerable. Which has been the legacy of the past administration. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we will be driven by genuine love for our people and this beautiful island we are blessed to call home. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my cabinet colleagues for their hard work and dedication thus far, and for their unwavering support in helping me lead our nation. I wish to express my profound gratitude to the transition leads, some of whom have been kept on as advisors, for their devoted time and expertise to help us settle in the seat of government and to make a positive start. Let me also thank the many government employees who not long ago were downtrodden and uncertain about their futures. Your demonstrated sacrifice and commitment to serve despite trying circumstances has not gone unnoticed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the many citizens within and outside of the public sector and in the diaspora who have embraced our transformational agenda and are working to move Grenada forward. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget presents the first full year of our transformational agenda. It represents a strategic pivot towards plans, policies, projects, and programs that will transform our people and society. It seeks to build a solid foundation upon which transformation, both as a process and an outcome, will be achieved. In this regard, I am honored to present our inaugural budget under the theme Vision 2035, People-Centered Transformation, laying the foundation for resilience, empowerment, and growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget is presented at a time of great uncertainty at the global level, which can have devastating impacts on our economy. The lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and the escalating war in Ukraine are fueling inflation in food and energy, causing supply chain disruptions and shortages and delays of key imports, increasing interest rates in advanced economies to curb rising inflation, is driving down demand and fueling recession in our major trading partners, with significant potential impact on tourism and foreign direct investments. A synopsis of the macroeconomic and social context for the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure is included as an appendix to the published version of this statement, with further details in the 2022 Annual Economic Review and the Medium-Term Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2025. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, we are highly confident that our policies and programs will continue to spur growth and the creation of sustainable jobs, empower our less fortunate citizens, and begin a process of real progress and development among our people. Following on the 6% growth this year, the economy is forecasted to expand further by 3.6% in 2023, underpinned by continued strong recovery in tourism and robust construction activities. Mr. Speaker, on our journey to bring genuine development to our country, we will undoubtedly face mounting challenges. However, we are certain that if we can withstand and surmount every trial, we can face them together as one people and one nation under God. There is a well-known African proverb that states, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Mr. Speaker, we want to change this narrative. We believe it is possible to go fast and far by working collectively towards a clear and common goal with positivity and unwavering determination. Citizen engagement. Mr. Speaker, this administration is committed to putting people first. We have meaningfully engaged our citizens in the preparation of this budget through widely held consultations, including numerous community visits and engagements. Many of the policies, projects, and programs in this budget are shaped by the rich, thoughtful, and productive comments of our citizens. We value the relationships we have built in communities throughout the length and breadth of our beautiful tri-island state. This administration is not of the belief that community visits and town hall meetings are restricted to election time. We are a government of the people, for the people, and we will continue to engage our citizens through quarterly town hall meetings, maintaining transparency and keeping all Grenadians informed on the current state of our nation. To further demonstrate our commitment to put people at the center of our development agenda, this administration will introduce a social partners committee comprising representatives from government, labor unions, the private sector, churches, non-governmental organizations, and the youth to help steer government's policies going forward. This committee, chaired by the Prime Minister, will meet once quarterly to review current government initiatives and provide constructive feedback and suggestions for improvement from their respective organizations, thereby ensuring an inclusive approach to our shared development. Mr. Speaker, we do not pretend to have all the answers. This administration is committed to inclusive governance and welcomes innovative solutions from all citizens, especially our young people, to treat with our collective challenges and move our nation forward. Mr. Speaker, transformation is the word that best describes, that best embodies the vision that this administration holds for Grenada. For too long, services and infrastructure critical in supporting our citizens to fulfill their potential as individuals and attain a high quality of life were ignored. Such was the disrepair in our society that our team understood moving Grenada forward would require an immense wave of change, a revolution in our manner of thinking and our approach to sustainable development as a nation. In a world that is becoming more technological by the day, our school system is still geared towards a 20th century worldview. As a small island developing state with large ocean space that is vulnerable to the effects of climate change and overly reliant on the importation of food, our children are still socialized to believe that employment in agriculture and the marine industries is somehow not desirable or economically viable. Our education and training models too are not tailored to suit our unique reality, the needs of our consumption patterns, nor our business sector. Mr. Speaker, our human resources are our most precious asset and a fundamental contributor to the social and economic development of our nation. Yet, so many of our young people were absorbed into a training program that did not empower them to progress or make greater contributions to society and to their own lives. Mr. Speaker, how does one remain a trainee, a temporary position with little or no benefits, for 10 years or more? Regrettably, short-sighted solutions of this nature were embraced under the previous administration, and the effects run deep, affecting entire families and perpetuating poverty onto a new generation. Mr. Speaker, all of the above has not yet touched on the most critical aspect of our transformation agenda, which is addressing the total disregard for our healthcare systems. For too long, Grenadians have had to make do with an inept system that has undervalued its healthcare professionals and underfunded critical health services to the detriment of many. Mr. Speaker, access to affordable healthcare is a basic right that this administration intends to deliver to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Respect and the assurance of basic rights for our citizens is of utmost importance for this government and serves as the cornerstone of our transformation agenda. Respect for our youth and the crucial role they will play as the future of our great nation. Respect for our workforce and the contributions their daily efforts make to the advancement of our shared goals and aspirations. And Mr. Speaker, respect for our retirees who have given their lives in service to country and are now uniquely positioned to share their accumulated knowledge towards the betterment of our society. Mr. Speaker, this is the basis of our transformation agenda, designed to empower our citizens with the skills and support needed so that we, as Grenadians, can assume our place as leaders in our own right among the community of nations. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to fulfilling our commitments. Mr. Speaker,
Gittins Healthcare Pharmacies have catered for all the early shoppers. So, start your Christmas shopping now and avoid the rush. Visit Gittins Healthcare Pharmacies for your gift sets, toys for the children, hair care and body care products, along with your prescription and over-the-counter medication. Shop early and avoid the Christmas rush at Gittins Healthcare Pharmacies, Central Depredin Street, Guab, the corner of Victoria and Jubilee Street, Grenville, and Wall Street, Grand Anse.
After a long year of waiting, Flow brings you the magic of Christmas giving. Discounts on devices to bring you closer to your loved ones. Prizes to enjoy with your...
Lowest price of fuel, promise kept. Mr. Speaker, we took measures to reduce the cost of basic food items by capping freight on imported goods at the 20 through the COVID-19 Economic Support Secretariat, commonly called CES. Further, we provided grant support through the Rural Development Unit to 177 beneficiaries, amounting to over $500,000 to help start and grow their businesses. Through our policies and programs, including the decision to pay the retroactive pensions, the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, and other international financial institutions upgraded Grenada's growth projection for 2022 from 3.3% in October to 5% by year end. Mr. Speaker, we are even more optimistic and expect that our growth rate will reach 6% this year. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's credit rating has remained unchanged, that of selective default. And that status has been since 2015 due to long outstanding arrears to the state of Libya, the state of Algeria, and the state of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, within 4 months of assuming office, this administration successfully negotiated the repayment of arrears owing to the state of Libya in the amount of $13.5 million, an achievement that will go a long way in improving Grenada's creditworthiness and access to much-needed development resources. Mr. Speaker, these are undeniably remarkable achievements in a mere 5 months of taking office, and we have only just begun. Laying a solid foundation for sustainable progress. Mr. Speaker, we cannot transform Grenada into a resilient, fair, and prosperous society on a weak foundation. As every builder knows, the foundation is the most important part of the structure. Our administration is eager to begin the many projects and programs we know will improve the lives of our citizens. However, we are also mindful that without a solid base, be it infrastructural, legislative, or through sensitization and training with citizens, these initiatives will not be sustainable. Like a whole, Mr. Speaker, without a solid base underneath, it is only a matter of time until the structure begins to show cracks. It is in this mindset of judiciousness, Mr. Speaker, that our very first budget addresses the foundational structures that will set the stage for transforming and sustainably moving Grenada forward. Mr. Speaker, the strategic focus for the 2023 budget and the next 2 forward years is the result of wide consultations. After careful deliberations, we settled on 5 strategic focus areas. These strategic focus areas are consistent with the 5 overarching pillars as set out in our party's manifesto and supports our national vision for our nation as set out in the National Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035. And I quote, Grenada, a resilient and prosperous nation with a conscious and caring citizenry, promoting human dignity and realizing its full potential through sustainable economic, social, and environmental progress for all. Mr. Speaker, the 6 strategic focus areas are health and wellness, education and training, agriculture and the marine industry, physical and digital transformation, physical and digital infrastructure, culture and the creative sector, energy transition, and the environment. Mr. Speaker, I will address each of these areas at length later in my presentation. I now turn to the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the specific areas of intervention for the 2023 estimates. Mr. Speaker, I present an overview. This budget sets our country and our citizens on a path towards resilience, empowerment, and growth, towards a better Grenada for all of us. It provides, Mr. Speaker, for a total expenditure, including principal repayments, of $1,350,465,246. The overall budget summary, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Recurrent revenue, $1.1 billion. Total grants, $67.8 million. Recurrent expenditure, $741.9 million. Capital expenditure, $313.9 million. Current account surplus, $308.9 million. Principal repayments, $294.6 million. Primary surplus after grants, $124.4 million. And the overall surplus after grants, $62.7 million. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget represents a return to the rules and targets of our fiscal responsibility legislation after a 3-year suspension in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, this demonstrates our administration's strong commitment to fiscal prudence, and we will endeavor to continue strengthening our fiscal rules framework. Government has already sought technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group to support our efforts to address the current weaknesses in the framework to ensure alignment with our transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to some specific allocations in the budget. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to delivering on our promises. We are prepared to invest in areas that we see as critical in transforming Grenada. Allow me therefore, Mr. Speaker, to briefly compare our 2023 allocations for some key areas relative to the 2022 budget of the former administration. In the area of health and wellness, we have allocated a sum of $114.2 million in 2023 compared to the allocation of $97.1 million in 2022. In education, youth, sports, and culture, we have allocated a sum of $193.9 million in 2023 compared to the allocation of $182.5 million in 2022, an increase of $11.4 million. Again, the highest allocation to education, youth, sports, and culture in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated a sum of $54.3 million to the agriculture and fishery sectors as compared to $40 million by the previous administration, an increase of $14.3 million. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is the biggest sum of money that has been pumped into the agriculture and fishery sector in recent years. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration allocated $0 to the creative economy. Let me repeat that. The previous administration, Mr. Speaker, allocated $0 in 2022 to the creative economy. This vital and strategic area, especially for our young people, was neglected. We have allocated a sum of $3.4 million, inclusive of a culture and creative industry fund that will provide direct financing support to our creatives. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated a sum of $143.1 million to the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, as against an allocation of $133.9 million in 2022. Mr. Speaker, these allocations underscore our commitment as a government to prioritize these critical areas of development. Mr. Speaker, I turn to financing of the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the 2023 budget is fully financed. Government operations before financing is forecasted to result in an overall surplus of $62.7 million. An analysis of government financing below the line in 2023 will show an overfinancing of $33 million, broken down as follows, Mr. Speaker. Domestic sources, that is from the central bank, commercial banks, regional government securities market, no domestic source of funding are projected. External sources, that is new loan disbursements, less principal repayments. Financing of $33 million is projected. One of the key sources of new external loan disbursements is a budget support operation with the World Bank to the tune of $30 million US or 81 million, which will become available during the first half of 2023. Other sources, Mr. Speaker, drawn down from the Consolidated Revenue Fund and disposal of assets. No sources of funding are projected. Based on the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, government is expected to generate a financing surplus of $96.2 million. More details of the financing of the 2023 budget can be found in the memorandum at the beginning of the detailed estimates of revenue and expenditure. I will now turn, Mr. Speaker, to the specific areas of intervention under the 6 strategic focus areas within the context of government's 5 overarching pillars. Pillar number 1, empowerment of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's history has undoubtedly shown that we are a strong and resilient people. The extraordinary challenges of the past few years, however, have tested even the strongest amongst us. As we face the headwinds of economic and social recovery, our citizens can be assured that this government is committed to lifting the standard of living, preparing our people for an increasingly technological future, and improving social policies and programs to protect the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, allow me to expound more specifically on the following areas: health and wellness, education and training, youth empowerment, sports and culture, women's empowerment and gender equality, housing assistance and community empowerment, social protection, and safety nets. Prioritizing health and wellness. Mr. Speaker, Transforming our healthcare system is the single most important priority for this administration. Our ultimate goal is to transform Grenada into the health capital of the Eastern Caribbean. This means the highest quality in healthcare facilities and services with access for all, underpinned by a culture of healthy lifestyles. Mr. Speaker, the former administration touted healthcare as a priority. However, there was absolutely no plan to develop the health sector. The facilities were ignored, and our healthcare professionals were treated with disregard. Our nurses in particular were fleeing in droves, and critical services were not provided. Mr. Speaker, our citizens were, and still are, literally afraid to be committed to our hospitals for care. This administration, Mr. Speaker, is committed to delivering on the quality of healthcare that our people deserve. Our health is our greatest asset and therefore quintessential to the transformation agenda. And so, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that strengthening our human resource capacity is going to be critical if we are going to transform our healthcare sector. The government is taking concrete steps to address the human resource capacity challenges facing the healthcare sector. Of great concern is the mass exodus of our nurses. We have engaged the nursing fraternity and have listened to their concerns, which include poor working conditions, job insecurity, nurse shortages, and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, we will move swiftly to address the regularization of our nurses and the training of more nursing professionals. Mr. Speaker, as an immediate step in addressing the matter of compensation, we will pay all our nurses an honorarium of $500 per month or $6,000 for the year 2023. So let me repeat, Mr. Speaker. We will pay our nurses an honorarium of $500 per month for the next 12 months commencing January 2023. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $4.2 million has been allocated for this initiative. Mr. Speaker, we have also approved the creation of 21 mission critical positions across the health system to be filled in the next year. And in addition, we have approved the unfreezing of key positions so that persons who are functioning in these positions can be confirmed in their job positions. Upgrading our health facilities. Mr. Speaker, our current hospital is not adequate if we are serious about transforming our health sector. Mr. Speaker, we have made a commitment to construct a new, modern public hospital with teaching facilities as the centerpiece to the development of the education, health, and wellness sector. The economic and health benefits from such a project have never been in doubt, Mr. Speaker. Preliminary studies have already confirmed the potential significant impact on our economy. To demonstrate our commitment in this regard, we will launch this project next year and complete the necessary preliminaries to commence the project. The amount of $5 million has been budgeted for phase 1 of the new hospital project next year. Additionally, we will upgrade our health facilities across the Tri-Island state and introduce systems, including primary health care teams, to strengthen primary health care access and delivery. Mr. Speaker, we need to embrace technology if we are going to transform our health sector. Mr. Speaker, the digitalization of our health records is another area that this administration intends to address as we seek to modernize our health system. Negotiations are already at an advanced stage to transition entire rooms filled with files of patient data to the digitized world. This initiative will provide employment and training in new skills, create greener and more efficient workspaces, and begin building the framework for modern information systems within our government structure. The expenditure for this project will not impact, Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget. Promoting mental wellness. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic negatively affected the mental health of many and heightened the risk for people already suffering from mental illnesses and substance use disorders. Mental wellness, therefore, is a priority for this administration. With support from the Caribbean Development Bank, we will implement a major integrated project, the COVID-19 Health Sector Strengthening Project, aimed at addressing the mental well-being of citizens, especially our young people, many of whom are struggling with substance abuse and psychological challenges. To this end, Mr. Speaker, an allocation of $500,000 has been made for the Carlton House project in 2023, which seeks to begin works on a much-needed rehabilitation facility. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that an integrated approach to healthcare and healthy lifestyles must be adopted if we are to sustainably improve the well-being of our nation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this administration will develop synergies between health, education, agriculture, and other key sectors to reinforce and build on each other to achieve greater outcomes. National health insurance. Mr. Speaker, we will tackle healthcare financing by introducing the National Health Insurance, or NHI. The former administration recognized the importance of this, but as in many instances, Mr. Speaker, failed in implementation. Our aim is to go live with the NHI by the beginning of 2025. We have allocated a sum of $1.9 million to re-engage the JIPA network and move speedily towards implementation. As stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, a total allocation of $114.2 million is provided under the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs for 2023, an overall increase of $17.1 million relative to the 2022 allocations, and the highest year-on-year allocation increase in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we cannot transform Grenada without transforming our education and training systems. Mr. Speaker, alongside health and wellness, transforming our approach to education and training to ensure the delivery of high quality and relevant learning and skills to our population, especially our youth, is crucial if we are to transform Grenada. Of paramount importance, Mr. Speaker, is the need to pivot this sector towards this new trust and position our citizens to be at the vanguard of this 21st century revolution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to address the skills gap. A fundamental issue that we must confront is the gap that exists between the curriculum taught in schools and the skills required for the job market and Grenada's development. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, we will place emphasis on curriculum reform, technical and vocational training, resilient school infrastructure, enhance technological capacity, and education financing. Mr. Speaker, this administration intends to raise the profile of the T.A. Marichaud Community College as echelons of Caribbean education, providing a high-quality technological and vocational hub that will prepare our students for the jobs that are available throughout this region. To this end, we intend to partner with the World Bank for the provision of a highly concessional loan of US $15 million. These funds will be used to strategically strengthen capacity at TAMCC and develop high-quality academic programs tailored to the Caribbean reality, which will ultimately contribute to research and innovation that support local development. And an amount of $500,000, Mr. Speaker, has been allocated for the commencement of the OECS Regional Skills and Innovation Project next year. Specifically, the vision for TAMCC will be achieved through the following initiatives. 1, institutional strengthening. 2, promoting regional networks and centers of academic excellence. 3, supporting high-quality student services. 4, improving laboratories and workshops. 5, developing digital skills and digital infrastructure for students and teachers. 6, implementing information systems to monitor students' skills proficiency, academic progression, and labor market outcomes. Mr. Speaker, capacity will also be strengthened at the New Life Organization, NULO, the National Training Agency, the NTA, the Small Business Development Unit, and other agencies to deliver the skills that are needed to transform our economy and to create opportunities for employment both locally and abroad. This trust, Mr. Speaker, will also include training our teachers and educators so that they can possess the right skill sets to deliver quality education training. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, provisions have been made to train our youth in coding, a critical skill in many future jobs. An allocation of $1 million has been allocated in the 2023 budget for this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, resilient school infrastructure provides a safe and comfortable learning environment for our students and teachers, thereby improving learning outcomes. This administration has prioritized major works on several schools that are expected to be completed in time for the next school term, including the Bishop's College in Carriacou, and the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School in Montrose, St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, we will roll out a comprehensive maintenance program targeting all schools that are in good condition or that have been recently rehabilitated or constructed. Government will continue to build out our school infrastructure in 2023, including the rehabilitation and construction of the Convent Grenville Secondary School, the J.W. Memorial, the J.W. Fletcher School, the Anglican Primary, the Christian Academy, and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, the total allocation for school infrastructure in the 2023 budget is $13.2 million. Mr. Speaker, I turn to restoring of our public library. Mr. Speaker, the future of our children is too important for us to be operating without a public library since 2011. Mr. Speaker, we will restore the public library into a hub of knowledge, technology, and socialization for our citizens. and in particular for our youth to support the transformation of the education sector. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $800,000 has been budgeted for the commencement of the public library modernization project in the 2023 budget. Access to education. Mr. Speaker, another critical element in the transformation of our education system is ensuring that every child has access, regardless of economic background. Government will continue to roll out its policy of free education up to the tertiary level. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the grants to our schools at various levels have been increased to close the gap arising from the removal of school fees. Food and nutrition. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we will launch the Healthy Start School Nutrition Program to reshape and refocus the existing school feeding program. This program will explore synergies in education, health, and agriculture to support the provision of healthy meals and healthy eating in our schools. And crucially, Mr. Speaker, a sustained market for locally produced foods and products. An amount of $3.5 million has been budgeted for this program in 2023. Mr. Speaker, youth empowerment, sports and culture for the future. Youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, the Imanis were told they'd be sent home. They were told they'd be fired. They'd be told that there was no future for them in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we intend to reimagine the Imani program. Mr. Speaker, one of the clear recommendations from our stakeholder consultations on the 2023 budget is to reimagine the Imani program on the basis that the current program is not delivering the desired results. This view is consistent with our position that the existing program needs to be transformed to provide more industry-ready training opportunities that will lead to sustainable employment and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, our primary focus areas will include skills in information communication technology, or ICT, the creative and entertainment industry, tourism and hospitality, agriculture and agro-processing, and marine services. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, this administration will adopt the following strategic approach in revamping the Imani program. 1. The government will upskill and transition the current Imanis into sustainable jobs and opportunities targeting both the public and private sectors. Mr. Speaker, the private sector employers must be partners in this initiative, sharing the cost of the training and agreeing to pay all trainees normal market rates once the stipulated training period has been satisfactorily completed. In addition, all employers should provide an avenue for full-time employment for every trainee. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, this government will not support the exploitation of Grenadian citizens as cheap labor. Especially our most vulnerable. So despite what they have said, Mr. Speaker, an allocation of $22.8 million has been budgeted for the reimagining of the Imani program in 2023. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, government will strengthen the capacity of the Grenada National Training Agency, the NTA, to manage and deliver training to the new cohort of Imanis in the priority areas. An initial allocation of $900,000 is provided to the NTA, which will be augmented once the new structure is approved. Mr. Speaker, these skills will empower citizens to work at home and abroad and to earn real incomes after the period of training, as opposed to a meager stipend for 5, 10, or in some cases even more than 10 years. Our national sports policy. Mr. Speaker, a whole-of-community approach to the development of our national sports policy was adopted, with consultations taking place over a one-month period in all parishes, including Clerico and Petite Martinique, the diaspora, and with the national federations. The Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is preparing a summary of the recommendations for Cabinet's approval. Moreover, a sports policy secretariat was established to support the policy's implementation, and physical locations have been identified for the establishment of parish council offices. Primary school sports. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to sports engagement at the primary school level as a part of the development of lifelong healthy lifestyles. Coaches are being assigned to primary schools to support the development of sport programs that complement the National Physical Education Program. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are an island, an ocean island. The Learn to Swim, table tennis, and cricket programs at primary school levels have all been restarted. In January 2023, Mr. Speaker, the parish cricket competition will be reintroduced for primary schools. And Mr. Speaker, through partnership with the Grenada Cricket Association, a new gender-inclusive grassroots program for junior cricketers will begin. Sports tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture has been working with the Grenada Tourism Authority to promote Grenada as a sporting destination and has already secured several events for the upcoming calendar year. These include, Mr. Speaker, the Rugby 7 World Series tournament that was recently held in Grenada over this past weekend from December 2nd and 3rd. Mr. Speaker, a total of 32 teams were featured from over 11 countries, including Europe, North America, Africa, and the Caribbean. The Junior Murray International Schools Cricket Invitational from July 3rd to 14th. The Grenada Cricket Club Tournament from October 16th to 23rd. The Grenada Legends Cricket Classics from October 20th to 23rd. The UK Promotional Cricket Tour in 2023. Engagements continue, Mr. Speaker, between the GTA and the Grenada Cricket Association. And we are looking forward to the Grenada Invitational in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the foregoing, government continues to support many athletes who have been visiting Grenada for training in the off-season for track and field. These visits reflect significant potential for growth in this sector. The refurbishment of the National Stadium. Mr. Speaker, an agreement was signed with the People's Republic of China for a major upgrade to the National Stadium, which will commence early in the first quarter of 2023. The upgrade includes replacement of the 2 replaced screens, painting of the interior and exterior of the building, all metal works, roof repair, elevator replacements, retiling, replacement of sound and video equipment, camera and surveillance system. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, government is committed to concluding negotiations regarding the lighting of the stadium. Discussions are underway to solve outstanding bottlenecks with the former arrangements and secure a commitment to getting the lighting work started by the first half of 2023. Women's empowerment and gender equality. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to gender equality and considers the empowerment of all women and girls as fundamental for resilience, empowerment, and growth. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we have implemented gender-responsive budgeting in this year's budget by incorporating gender considerations in our policies and programs, such as the inclusion of gender disaggregated impacts of key projects. The Grenada Spotlight Initiative. This administration will continue the implementation of the Grenada Spotlight Initiative with the aim of ending family violence and all forms of violence against women. An amount of $300,000 is provided for the continuation of this project. Female leadership. Of note, Mr. Speaker, are several appointments of women to high-level positions of governance and leadership during our first 5 months in office. We are honored, Mr. Speaker, to have the commitment of the youngest female cabinet minister in the history of Grenada, Honorable Kireen James. We are honored also, Mr. Speaker, to have the very first woman as chairperson of the Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee, Ms. Laurel Bain. We are honored, Mr. Speaker, to have the appointment of Grenada's first female commissioner, Labour Commissioner, Mrs. Valerie Thomas. And we are indeed honored, Mr. Speaker, to have the 4th female president of the Senate in the history of Grenada, Senator the Honorable Dr. Decima Williams. Mr. Speaker, this administration will continue to make concerted efforts to promote gender empowerment and equality, not only as a human right, but as a prerequisite for sustainable development and the transformation of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to housing assistance and community empowerment. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making a meaningful difference in our housing sector by providing high quality and sustainable homes and housing opportunities for our citizens, especially for our youth and single-headed households. Mr. Speaker, in the past 10 years, the former administration spent in excess of $100 million on housing support. Yet, despite these millions, there is nothing substantive to show for the significant sum spent. Our assessment points to ill-conceived policies and programs, wastage, and gross mismanagement, resulting in little value for money in improving the housing stock of our most vulnerable citizens. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the housing deficit is vast, and many families remain in urgent need of support. Our commitment to affordable housing. Our commitment in this term, Mr. Speaker, is to deliver 500 high-quality, climate-resilient Grenadian-style houses. Two major initiatives in this budget cycle include: 1, the Stony Gut Climate Resilient Housing Development Pilot Project, which aims to construct modern, high-quality, climate-resilient Grenadian-style homes in Stony Gut in the parish of St. John. Construction is expected to start in 2023, Mr. Speaker, and $2.5 million has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, government will identify and secure lands in all parishes to roll out these houses. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $2.4 million to retrofit and upgrade the affordable houses that have been graciously donated by the People's Republic of China. We commit to the allocation of the 647 units no later than June of 2023. Mr. Speaker, allow me to underscore our deep appreciation to the People's Republic of China for fulfilling their commitment to deliver these houses to the government and people of Grenada. The second phase of the project, which included retrofitting the houses with the necessary amenities for comfortable living, such as closets and kitchen cabinets, was the responsibility of the former administration. And it is no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that this part of the agreement remains unfulfilled. Our government has committed to completing the retrofitting of the houses to ensure that families are not moving into homes without cabinets and cupboards to store their belongings. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, government will collaborate with the private sector to provide bathroom and toilet and other housing assistance while we continue to fulfill our commitments to deliver on the 500 Grenadian-style homes. A sum of $11.6 million is budgeted in this regard. Community development. This administration will revive community development as an integral aspect of our culture. Mr. Speaker, community spirit seems to be a dying tradition that needs urgent resuscitation. To this end, government will launch a series of community empowerment and mobilization initiatives aimed at building community resilience through training, supporting livelihoods, and other activities. A sum of $500,000 will be invested in this area in 2023 on a parish needs basis. Mr. Speaker, reimagining social protection and safety nets and tackling poverty. Mr. Speaker, this government intends to uplift and protect our most vulnerable through the provision of targeted support and the provision of empowerment tools to become more productive citizens. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, our administration will safeguard existing social protection and safety net programs and will seek to create new innovative approaches to best assist our citizens. Importantly, we will work towards improving the targeting and effectiveness of these programs while streamlining our delivery. Mr. Speaker, our people have been left out in the rain, both literally and figuratively, by the former administration, required to stand in long lines to collect social protection benefits. Mr. Speaker, being vulnerable does not mean that a citizen is not worthy of respect. It is for this reason that we are reimagining our social protection and safety nets to ensure that they are sustainable, comprehensive, and effectively implemented to reduce our high levels of poverty and inequality while maintaining the dignity of our less fortunate. Empowering the beneficiaries of the SEED program. Mr. Speaker, this government will introduce a cashless system of payment of the support for education, empowerment, and development benefits to eligible beneficiaries. Our elderly and other beneficiaries will no longer have to stand in long lines at the front of the Treasury and the district revenue offices. We have also approached the World Bank for technical assistance to improve the targeting of these benefits to those who are really in need. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this administration intends to do more than simply provide cash handouts, which keep many of our citizens poor and dependent on the state. We will incorporate new components to empower beneficiaries to graduate from the program where applicable. An allocation of $18 million has been budgeted for the SEED program. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, while we work to improve delivery and targeting of social safety nets, government, in collaboration with local partners, will continue to provide support under the various additional programs. The budget for social services in 2023, Mr. Speaker, is $32.9 million. Unemployment benefits. Mr. Speaker, through the National Insurance Board, government will implement a permanent unemployment benefit insurance program. This program will provide cash transfers to workers who are rendered unemployed in the event of a natural disaster, pandemic, or other such shocks. The National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the current National Insurance Scheme, or NIS, is an important pillar in the social protection architecture in this country. Successive NNP governments have kicked the can down the road as it relates to the tough decisions that will ensure our hard-working citizens are guaranteed a pension when they are no longer able to work. Mr. Speaker, in the current construct, the National Insurance Scheme will be bankrupt in 10 to 12 years. This is the harsh reality that we face. This government is prepared to make the tough decisions because we care about our citizens. Therefore, we will implement the following recommendations of the actuary next year. 1. Increase the pensionable age on a phased basis from 60 to 65, starting with a move to 61 by January of 2024. 2. Gradually increase the contribution rate for employers and employees from its current level of 11% to 16% by 2031, starting with an increase in 2023 to 6.5% and 5.5%, a 0.5% increase for employers and employees respectively. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, government will amend the NIS Act and strengthen the existing system to include protection for children of a deceased insured who are disadvantaged due to the negligence of a parent, and the inclusion of survivors and maternity benefits for persons who are in common law relationships. Tackling poverty. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the foregoing, this government will implement focused interventions, including through the CDB-funded Basic Needs Trust Fund, or the BNTF, to target early childhood education and basic water and sanitation facilities, and the Climate Smart Agriculture and Enterprise Development Program to target entrepreneurship training and support to build feeder roads. These interventions contribute to poverty reduction by increasing the productivity of low-income households. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the second of government's 5 overarching pillars, pillar number 2, economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, government's plans for economic transformation embraces private sector-led economic growth and increased productivity. This strategy is hinged on the foundational strengthening of critical infrastructure and policies to allow for the effective evolution of Grenada's approach to business. Specifically, government will focus on transforming the following areas in the first budget year. 1. agriculture, food and nutrition security. 2, tourism and hospitality. 3, the creative economy. 4, digital transformation. And 5, private sector development. Agriculture, food and nutrition security. Mr. Speaker, improving Grenada's food security has never been more urgent. Global disruptions such as climate change, paired with the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine, continue to negatively impact the production and cost of food and the efficiency of food supply chains the world over. A survey conducted by the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, in September of 2022 found that overall, the number of insecure people within the English-speaking Caribbean has increased by 1.3 million people, or just over 46% over the previous 6-month period. Notably, nearly 4.1 million people, or 57% of our collective population, now face food insecurity. To combat this worrying reality, this government will prioritize agriculture, agro-processing, and the marine economy. Our allocation of 54.3 million is by far the largest allocation in the past 10 years. In 2023, we will roll out a major initiative that will support our farmers and fisherfolk to grow their enterprise and increase local production, thereby reducing our dependence on imported foods, ultimately lowering the cost of food. The Food Security Enhancement Project is estimated to cost $27 million to be implemented over a 12-month period. Major initiatives under this project include production support for crops, livestock, poultry, and fisheries. Mr. Speaker, government aims to significantly increase the acreages under production by at least 20 acres. To this end, direct support will be provided to farmers to increase the production of specific crops, namely white potatoes, cassava, yams, dasheen, corn, and bananas. Government recognizes the rising cost of farm inputs and will therefore provide support in the form of land clearing, plowing, planting materials, fertilizers, farm labor, training, and technical services. Small-scale livestock and poultry producers will receive support to upscale production rates in the form of feed provisions, equipment that incorporates local feed, housing support, and training. Similarly, support will be provided to small-scale fishers in the form of fish processing equipment and training, such as filleting and drying, improving fishing catching techniques, such as the use of fish aggregating devices or FADs, and the facilitation of access to fishery equipment and fish storage. Equipment and training. Mr. Speaker, we understand the significant investment needed to secure adequate equipment and much needed training to upgrade agricultural processes. To this end, our administration will provide support to 1. Enhance agro-processing facilities through the provision of equipment such as food chippers, dehydrators, and grinders to support the processing of targeted commodities. Establish and support labor enterprises by providing training and access to critical equipment such as weed eaters, chainsaws, and pruners. Strengthen programs to combat predial larceny through data collection support, transportation support in the form of motorbikes, training support, and enforcement support. Sustainable practices. Mr. Speaker, sustainable agricultural practices will be pursued through a number of initiatives, namely, the development of commercial composting centers that will use debris from the Ministry of Infrastructure's Beautification, Enhancement, Sustainability and Transformation Program, as well as organic waste from residential homes. The Grenada Grows project, which seeks to turn organic waste into fertilizer and compost. The establishment of rainwater harvesting facilities, which will sustainably support the water needs of approximately 400 small farmers. The revitalization of school gardens through the provision of key inputs such as planting materials, equipment, fertilizer, and training. Storage. Mr. Speaker, as we seek to increase production on all fronts, the need for the establishment of central storage centers will be necessary. This administration will answer the call by using 10 40-feet containers to assist in providing storage for farmers' produce. The containers will be retrofitted with solar panels to provide energy and would be located in different parishes throughout the length of Petite Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, private partnership will be pursued towards the development of cold storage facilities at the Maurice Bishop International Airport to boost export of fresh fish, fruits, and vegetables. Mr. Speaker, improving access roads to farms will also be key as we scale up our agricultural production. Government will achieve this through the grading, draining, and replacing of binders on at least 20 critical farm roads. Mr. Speaker, this administration will partner with the private sector as far as possible to ensure the sustainability of these initiatives. Of critical importance, however, Mr. Speaker, is the whole of government approach that will be pursued in the implementation of this major project. The Food Security Enhancement Project will integrate agriculture, health, and education, including through the Healthy Start School and Nutrition Program and other programs. And Mr. Speaker, I've spent some time outlining at length some of these initiatives in agriculture, because we know all too well, under the past administration, agriculture was relegated to the dustbins. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we face the challenge of food security, it is important that we once again place agriculture and food security at the forefront of our economic development. Mr. Speaker, the quality of our food is an area of grave concern, as non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, in the form of heart attacks, strokes, diabetes, hypertension, and cancers are the leading causes of premature deaths in the Caribbean, and by extension Grenada, and poses a serious threat to Grenada's health and development. Mr. Speaker, childhood obesity is also an emerging crisis globally, and here in the Caribbean, where 1 in 3 children are overweight or obese. These staggering numbers threaten to undermine the health of entire generations if bold policy and legislative actions are not taken to create environments that help us to live longer and healthier lives. Mr. Speaker, this administration understands that some decisions taken for the betterment of our people may not be the popular decision, but we are prepared to make the tough choices for the greater good. To further support our push to promote healthy eating and healthy lifestyles and fight against NCDs such as diabetes and hypertension. Effective February 1, 2023, Mr. Speaker, government will increase the VAT on carbonated beverages, soft drinks, sodas, and drinks with added sugar from 15% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, We will also remove sugar from the VAT zero rated list with the effect from the same date. Mr. Speaker, the foregoing seeks to transform our approach to nutrition as a nation and encourage conversation on the source and quality of our foods and the detrimental impacts of popular food additives such as excessive sugar. Enhancing the tourism and hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, I will spend some time at length addressing this issue in very much the same way I addressed the agriculture and food security issue, because we don't view tourism as superior to agriculture or agriculture as superior to tourism, Mr. Speaker. We view both as going hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, tourism and hospitality. Mr. Speaker, it is said that first impressions are the most lasting. Therefore, as we seek to enhance our product and improve the experience that we provide to visitors, services at our international airport and various seaports will be upgraded to the highest hospitality standards to ensure that our guests leave with a positive impression of their welcome to pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will address the ease of travel. Efforts are actively being pursued to streamline the immigration processes at our points of entry. The goal, Mr. Speaker, is to have every visitor complete the immigration process in 5 minutes or less. To date, we have successfully removed the embarkation-disembarkation card, or the ED card, for passengers leaving our shores and implemented a digital border management system. Airport fees were removed for residents of Carriacou and Petite Martinique traveling to Grenada. And a kiosk machine has been installed at the Harveyville Ferry Terminal in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, plans for the next 6 months include the procurement of an additional 10 kiosks for air and seaports, upgrading existing kiosks to process passports of other nationalities in addition to the Grenadian passport, removal of the ED card upon arrival at the airport, online payment of passport fees and other related fees, online processing of passport applications, implementation of e-visas, integration of passengers' name record, or the PNR, and artificial intelligence AI into the border management system to aid in processing passengers before arrival into Grenada. Mr. Speaker, as we seek to increase visitors to our shores and improve the quality of their stay, we are also mindful of the potentially damaging effects of tourism. In this regard, the government is committed to pursuing a sustainable future for our tourism product. We will work with the Grenada Tourism Authority and our partners to capitalize on the unique and naturally wholesome aspect of Grenada as a safe and eco-friendly destination. Our island home, Mr. Speaker, is blessed to be one of the safest nations in the region and indeed the world, with very low incidences of crime. The pristine beauty of our natural attractions, paired with our rich resources of flora and fauna, add to our allure as an unspoiled destination and makes Grenada an ideal rejuvenation location for many, providing a plethora of opportunities to connect with nature. Mr. Speaker, health and wellness in the tourism sector has been thriving in recent years, and Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique is uniquely positioned to tap into this market. The medicinal properties of our spices and our growing organic chocolate industry also marries well with this new trust. Sports tourism and rehabilitation too will continue to be a focus for government as we seek to provide an idyllic location for training and recovery. Mr. Speaker, as a small island state with limited resources, It is imperative that we embrace a sustainable approach to our tourism offerings to ensure that future generations of Grenadians and visitors alike can enjoy the wonders that exist today. To this end, government will also pursue community-based tourism as an alternative to the typical sun, sea, and sand experience. Community tourism facilities, experiential learning where visitors and host population can share knowledge and skills, resulting in mutual respect and benefits for both parties. This administration will continue to promote several initiatives throughout the year that will seek to improve awareness and consciousness on the importance and benefits of sustainable tourism in our communities, including revamping the awareness program at the primary school level and increasing partnerships with tourism stakeholders. Market performance. Mr. Speaker, as it stands, Grenada has been performing well in two of its major source markets. The USA has the strongest arrivals at 61% market share, exceeding the 2019 levels. The UK market makes up 18% of our market share and is the second largest source market. Our performance for the period September to December exceeded 2019, which is our benchmark year. As of October 2019, compared to October of this year, 2022, data reflects an increase of 20% for the UK market. However, overall, the destination has seen a 6% increase in visitor arrivals for October 2020 compared to December of 2019. Mr. Speaker, preliminary data for November 2022 indicates that there is approximately a 14% increase in total passenger arrival when compared to the same period in 2019. Several initiatives have been identified to ensure the continued growth of our destination. They include increased airlift. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to working with international and regional partners to secure adequate airlift, to include air cargo to Grenada. Since entering office, Mr. Speaker, we have successfully finalized agreements with international and regional carriers that include Twin Otter aircraft service between St. Vincent, Carriacou, and Grenada, year-round flights from Toronto to Grenada on Sunwing Airlines, weekly direct flights from Germany to Grenada on Condor Airlines, an additional flight from the United Kingdom to Grenada on British Airways, and daily flight service from Trinidad and Tobago to Grenada on Caribbean Airlines. Mr. Speaker, additional negotiations are currently underway as government seeks to expeditiously expand and augment air connectivity arrangements for the benefit of our citizens, business partners, and visitors. An allocation of $13.5 million is made to support cargo and passenger airlift in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Management of our national quality standards in the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, work will continue to ensure our stakeholders are equipped to operate successful businesses within our tourism industry through continued training, accommodation audits, and inspections, and through building public awareness among tourism stakeholders on the licensing and certification requirement under the GTA Act. This is necessary to ensure standards are maintained in the tourism industry, thus keeping our destination competitive. Product enhancement, diversification, and development. Mr. Speaker, as part of this administration's commitment to develop rural communities, we will continue to support the development and enhancement of community and rural tourism initiatives to ensure delivery of export-ready products and events. Programs with a focus on product enhancement, such as cultural development, including the declaration of heritage sites, and the development of tourism products with a regeneration approach will drive the work of the Ministry of Tourism and the GTA during 2023. These efforts will ensure that Grenada's offerings are adding value, are able to meet international standards, and are adaptable to the demands of the evolving visitor profile and trends. Tourism competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, work on the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project, which features rehabilitation work on Fort George, will begin next month. It is worth mentioning, Mr. Speaker, that this tourism project is almost 6 years old, and of the US $6 million loan secured for this project, only $600,000 has been spent since 2020. Mr. Speaker, a 10% implementation rate in 6 years. But, Mr. Speaker, in less than 6 months, this administration was able to resolve the problems and sign the contract so that works can start on this attraction site to help boost our tourism product. Mr. Speaker, due to the delay, the cost of the project has increased from $6 million US to $7.5 million. Mr. Speaker, this is why we need the Ministry of Implementation. Additionally, the rejuvenation of the Underwater Sculpture Park and the enhancement of the Grand Etang Shoreline Trail will commence during the first quarter of 2023. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage in activities that will develop Grenada's nautical tourism marketing potential. This will be done through collaboration with the public and private sectors in the execution of yachting, sailing, cruise, dive, and sport fishing events and activities. The foregoing, Mr. Speaker, will allow for substantial growth of our destination and provide the foundations needed to chart the way forward in providing a sustainable tourism product. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to jump-starting the creative economy. Mr. Speaker, the creative industries are fast becoming a new engine of growth and development in several Caribbean nations. This dynamic sector, which ranges from traditional arts to multimedia, has been an important driver of innovation and productivity growth. Present studies argue that the creative industries can become a pillar of economic diversification and export growth in the Caribbean, as this industry allows governments to leverage abundant talent and the skill of Caribbean people and domestic capital to produce competitive products and services. In addition, the sector is comparatively labor-intensive and can therefore help to alleviate the chronic unemployment problem in the Caribbean. The creative economy, which comprises creative industries such as advertising, fashion, design, performing and visual arts, photography, music, architecture, film, podcasts, and computer programming, are the lifeblood of the creative economy. Valued at over $2 trillion in 2019, this sector contributes just over 6.1% to the global gross domestic product, averaging between 2 and 7% of national GDPs around the world. The creative economy is not only one of the most rapidly growing sectors of the world economy, but also highly transformative in terms of income generation, job creation, and export earnings. Development of a national cultural and creative industry policy and strategy. Mr. Speaker, this administration is in the process of laying a solid foundation to ensure the success of the creative economy in the years ahead. As such, we will invest in the development of a national cultural and creative industry policy and strategy. This strategy will outline a 5 to 10 year roadmap for the sector's development. Establishment of the Creative Industries Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the creative community and understand the challenges they face with funding their businesses and ideas. Through the establishment of Grenada's first ever Creative Industries Development Fund, we will invest in registered creative businesses that are focused on the global export of products, services, and content. Special fiscal incentives. Of note, in this first year, Mr. Speaker, is the implementation of special fiscal incentives for the creative industry, including 100% concessions on CT and VAT for selected equipment for 12 months starting February 1, 2023. Establishment of the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this office will be a critical institution for driving the development of the industry. It will be the administrative home for the creative industries and will champion, connect, support, and invest in creative people and businesses. Additionally, in the coming months, we will initiate a series of activities to support our commitment to the creative economy. These include a research project to map the creative economy, launch of the Creative Industries Registry and Business Networking Platform, a cultural industry symposium. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, for the last 15 years, Grenada has held the position of Information and Communication Technology, or ICT lead for CARICOM. A position, Mr. Speaker, that should have demonstrated our capacity as a nation to lead the region in terms of ICT and technology. However, as was the case in many instances, this opportunity was squandered, and sadly, Grenada has been left behind in terms of technology adoption, while most of our regional brothers and sisters have forged ahead. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, we were taken aback by the lack of structure and human capacity in the ICT ministry. Not only was the department grossly understaffed and under-resourced, but there was a clear misunderstanding or lack of understanding as to what the role of the ICT ministry should be. Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote a comment from one of the staff members within the ministry. And I quote, "ICT was viewed as the department to be called upon for fixing computers and printers." This lack of understanding will and vision Mr. Speaker, I understand somebody needed help to access the...
Just interrupt you. I just appeal to the audience that you control your response and your laughter in each other. Pardon, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this lack of understanding, will and vision led to poor implementation of many externally funded projects, which were directed at building our ICT and technological capacity. Lack of implementation, Mr. Speaker, seemed to be the order of business for the past administration. Despite the dedication of much lip service towards technology and ICT over the years, the former administration clearly missed the mark. ICT and digital technology are central to our transformation agenda. These elements are critical for enhancing the productivity of all sectors of the economy, and when used effectively, will directly aid in reducing poverty, extending health services, expanding educational opportunities, expanding career opportunities, and generally improving the quality of life to the citizens of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, permit me to speak on our digital transformation program. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken the necessary steps to strengthen the technical capacity of the ICT ministry and arrest the implementation deficit. In January 2023, we will officially launch our digital transformation program, a comprehensive program designed to lay the foundation for a digital society. The first component of the DTP program will strengthen the frameworks that allow for the modernization of public service delivery across the whole of government. The objective of this component, Mr. Speaker, is to establish the technical, institutional, legal, and regulatory foundations that constitute the enabling environment to institutionalize digital government. The second component will leverage upon the first component and will enable the digital environment to adopt technologies that will deliver a group of selected high-priority services to citizens. The third and final component will introduce a comprehensive package of educational and training initiatives that will prepare public officers and citizens to efficiently function and be productive in this new transformative digital paradigm. Mr. Speaker, a few of the key programs under this initiative includes: 1, revamping the tax administration system into a new system that would give citizens the ability to access core tax services and allow government to perform core tax administrative processes in a digital environment that is accessible online. 2, the passage of 3 foundational pieces of legislation to enable digital transformation, namely the Data Protection Bill, the Electronic Communications Bill, and the Payment Systems and Services Bill. The digitization of critical public records in the public library, hospital, and the Public Service Commission archives through the identification and conversion of paper documents for digital storage. The creation of a services platform so that citizens can apply and pay for services online. This will be enhanced by the development and enablement of a simple, single sign-on platform that will allow citizens to access these government services. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the number of services that citizens can pay for using the pay.gov.gd platform will be increased to at least 20. Increasing public access to the internet through the expansion of free Wi-Fi hubs in selected sporting facilities and tourism sites and all community centers. Launch of a digital literacy program that will prepare public officers and citizens to efficiently function and be productive in this new transformative digital reality. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, a massive change management strategy involving systematic and targeted training initiatives will be rolled out. Citizens and employees will be encouraged to participate in several online and offline digital training initiatives in the coming year. The expectation is that at least 2,500 individuals will participate in online digital enhancement courses by August of 2023. Strengthening our cybersecurity program to include the construction of a national cybersecurity agency in Grenada. The building designs and required technical specifications for this agency are already on the way. Mr. Speaker, the foregoing represents our recognition of the need to implement new digital policies. It is necessary to ensure that our human resource capacity is well equipped to function in the economies of the future. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to promoting private sector development. Mr. Speaker, the private sector is our engine of growth and prosperity. It is therefore crucially important that we support our businesses and put the necessary frameworks in place to facilitate an environment for sustainable growth. In this regard, government will address several critical areas next year as we seek to improve transparency, streamline processes, and enhance relationships within the business sector. Review of the incentives regime. Mr. Speaker, in the past 11 months, government has provided incentive support mainly to the private sector, in excess of $200 million. Since its introduction in 2016, the current incentive regime has worked well in providing much needed support to help the private sector grow and flourish. However, there is certainly room for improvement. We have heard the calls to level the playing field, and government also recognizes the need to align the incentives regime to support our transformation agenda. In this regard, we will establish a technical working group to review the current regime and make recommendations to the Cabinet for improvement by end of June 2023. Meanwhile, government will continue to provide incentive support to drive economic growth and development and support economic diversification and resilience building. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Support Program, which provides concessions on critical equipment, building materials, and a vehicle to support business operations, will be extended for a further 6 months from January 1, 2023. Small Business Incubator Pilot. Mr. Speaker, one of the many useful recommendations coming from our community consultations called for the establishment of a centralized location that can provide hand-holding services to MSME startups and growth stage companies. In this context, we are actively pursuing the establishment of small business incubators in strategic locations across the country, with a special focus on rural areas. These incubators will provide essential services and training to increase the likelihood of success of these MSMEs, thereby facilitating employment creation and economic growth. Importantly, government will pursue partnerships with the private sector to deliver this support effectively and efficiently, thereby bolstering private sector contributions to growth and employment. Access to financing. Mr. Speaker, this administration recognizes the critical role of government in providing the enabling environment for businesses to thrive. As a priority, we have already begun to address the constraints faced by MSMEs in accessing finance. It is for this reason we refocus the COVID-19 stimulus project to support small and micro businesses. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, since we launched the third phase of the project in October, we have provided support to 308 beneficiaries throughout the state of Grenada, mainly in agriculture and fishing, at a cost of $4.5 million. Mr. Speaker, government will review the stimulus package in January with a view to providing extended support if needed. That aside, government will continue to provide financing support in the form of grants and loans via the Grenada Development Bank and the Rural Development Unit to facilitate the creation of new businesses and the expansion of existing ones. Mr. Speaker, in excess of $15 million is available for direct financial support to MSMEs in next year's budget. Our other supportive infrastructure for the private sector development. Ease of doing business reforms. Mr. Speaker, in addition to updating the incentives regime, government will pursue strategic reforms to improve the business and investment climate. These include streamlining business procedures at the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, or GIDC. This administration will provide further ease to our new and aspiring entrepreneurs by reducing the governmental fees required to start a company from $1,200 to $600. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, government will move to drop the non-contentious fee charged by lawyers to form a company from $2,500 to $600, resulting in savings of $2,500 on the total amount required to start a company in the state of Grenada. Improving cross-border trade and making it easier to pay taxes. The Customs and Excise Department, in collaboration with other stakeholders, such as the Grenada Ports Authority, will introduce online payment of duties and streamline procedures for imports and exports, starting with the St. George's Port. Mr. Speaker, government has already implemented measures to improve the operations of the Physical Planning Development Authority, to reduce the significant backlog of construction permits and to drastically reduce the processing time. Bolstering trade. Mr. Speaker, the value of goods exported over the last 5 years only averaged $34 million when compared to goods imported at a bill of US $400 million. Therefore, increasing exports of our locally grown foods is paramount in driving growth, employment, and foreign exchange. Our administration recognizes the power of trade as a catalyst for social and economic development and intends to strengthen existing trade relationships and build new ones that provide opportunities for growth and development and the creation of sustainable jobs. To this end, government is pursuing the following two major initiatives. 1, enhancing exports through the strengthening of the Grenada Bureau of Standards project. The objective of this major project is to facilitate market access and enhance the competitiveness of Grenada's food exports by providing the necessary conformity assessment services to ensure compliance with food safety regulations. Furthermore, the project will enhance our national quality infrastructure to improve the food safety control system, including the construction of new laboratory facilities at Queen's Park, St. George. Construction work on the new laboratory facilities will commence in January of next year, and an amount of $2.3 million is provided for this in this budget. The EU CSME CDB funded Agri-Food Sector Development and Strengthening of the National Food Safety System project. This project will see the development of capacities in hazard analysis and critical control points, or what is commonly called HACCP compliance, as well as training to support the exportation of fresh produce. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we continue to advocate for strengthening regional systems of trade. We are yet to truly capitalize on the many far-reaching benefits of intra-OECS trade in goods and services. Government will move purposefully to identify the national bureaucratic requirements that hinder the ease of movement throughout the OECS Economic Union with a view to addressing those matters. Reimagining the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Despite a challenging domestic and international business environment, crippled with price increases and logistical handicaps, investment interest in Grenada continues. The new strategic plan for the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, or GIDC, will focus the organization on investment targeting, as this is deemed a key strategy to positioning Grenada as an ideal investment location in support of our transformation agenda. While being aware of the MSME sector's importance, the GIDC will continue to play a critical role in fostering entrepreneurship among youth with emphasis on students. Efforts will also continue to foster creativity and innovation among entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, a major initiative of the GIDC in 2023 is the commencement of the reconstruction of Building 10 within the Frequente Industrial Park, which was destroyed by fire in 2018. The destroyed building, which measured 20,000 square feet, will be replaced by a building with double capacity comprising 2 floors. The demand for the additional space is extremely high, with discussions ongoing with a potential anchor tenant. Construction will start next year, and the new building will be delivered within 12 to 18 months. Governance and institutional rebuilding. Mr. Speaker, this administration will seek to right many of the wrongs that have kept our institutions, and by extension several critical projects and programs, unable to move forward. Weak governance and a disregard for the rights and significant contributions of public servants have resulted in a workforce that is understandably demotivated and unproductive. This government stands by our commitment to raise the quality of life for all Grenadians, and we intend to do so in a just and sustainable manner. Under Pillar 3, Mr. Speaker, I will speak to the following areas: public service transformation and pension reform, labor relations, occupational safety and health, oversight of state bodies, the judiciary, national security and safety, economic management, Carriacou and Petite Martinique affairs, citizenship by investment frameworks, and more effective government. Mr. Speaker, transforming the public service and pension reform. Mr. Speaker, to realize our development aspirations, transforming the public sector is an absolute necessity. This imperative has arisen due to the many areas of weakness that we have inherited, including the absence of critical staffing in ministries such as agriculture, health, education, infrastructure, among others. Mr. Speaker, this administration is committed to forthrightly addressing the current challenges of the public service. The past administration created a dysfunctional, parallel public service system that has resulted in low morale, low productivity, and a culture of widespread disenchantment. The problems created are complex and far-reaching and needs a systematic and well-sequenced approach to resolution. Our goal is to ensure that we have the right number of public officers with the right skill sets and aptitude to provide the highest standard of service to the public. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, there will be several pathways to regularization of government employees, a process that will be led by the Department of Public Administration, including but not limited to the following: regularizing unestablished workers with a view to making them permanent. 2, addressing the confirmation of employees who have been acting in vacant positions for over 5 years. 3, regularizing workers on various forms of contracts with a view to making them permanent. 4, tackling the transition of Imani trainees who have been working in the public sector into sustainable jobs. I wish to note, however, Mr. Speaker, that regularization will not be automatic, and that the assessment of the core functions of ministries and departments, along with the satisfactory performance of workers, will be critical to the regularization process. Mr. Speaker, we wish to reiterate that reform of the existing pension arrangements must go hand in hand with staff regularization. This is not a recantation of our administration's promises. Mr. Speaker, the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique did not only vote us into office merely to pay the pensions, but among other things, to manage the economy well. To secure the future of this country, pension reform is quintessential, a must. In this regard, we have established a 5-member committee chaired by economist Dr. Curlin Gilchrist and comprising of key stakeholders with a mandate to devise a new pension regime for all employees who will join the public service after January 2024. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of transparency and collaboration, we have invited the Trade Unions Council to nominate a representative to serve on the committee. While they have not done so to date, we remain hopeful that a representative will be appointed in short order. Mr. Speaker, I turn to modernizing labor relations. Government is committed to the development of a strong and resilient labor market and industrial relations services to support the growth generation and the creation of wealth for all. As we emerge from the challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we understand that the work dynamic for many has changed, allowing for more flexible work hours and increased online productivity. The development of the creative economy too will facilitate more online jobs for our people. As such, the Department of Labor has embarked on an ambitious program of change and has taken concrete steps to improve our labor relations system. In 2023, we will see the commissioning of the following: an employment agency and the implementation of a register of employers seeking workers and workers seeking employment. A revised labor code with special emphasis on the implementation of a permanent disputes resolution tribunal. The implementation of a labor migration management system. The strengthening of the work permit program with legislative review and enhanced workplace inspection. The conduct of labor market analysis surveys. Capacity strengthening of the Ministry of Labor's human resources, specifically filling mission-critical positions and the provision of specialized training. The increased accessibility of the Ministry of Labor's digital and physical services to include an outreach office in the town of St. George. The amendment to the minimum wage order and occupational safety and health. Mr. Speaker, on the question of occupational safety and health, we have inherited a major problem with the health and safety of government offices and buildings, including the Financial Complex building, the Ministerial Complex, and the Ministry of Education building. Several of our schools and medical facilities are also adversely affected for various reasons, including lack of proper maintenance and planning. Most of these buildings are experiencing major mold infestation, water leakages, and the non-functioning of critical services such as elevators and air conditioning units. To be frank, Mr. Speaker, some of these buildings are not fit for human occupation. Compounding the situation is the fact that a comprehensive listing of all government assets does not exist, including the buildings that the state owns. The current state of government buildings is not only affecting the health and safety of our workers and citizens, but has also become a contributor to low productivity in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, our workers and citizens deserve better. A rough estimate suggests that we will need about $200 million to tackle this problem. Given the huge fiscal costs and the need to keep government up and running, we will adopt a three-pronged approach to solving the occupational safety and health issues that we are currently confronting. These include: 1, a major project targeting the rehabilitation and modernization of government buildings, including the incorporation of climate-smart and renewable energy technologies. Government is pleased to report that the World Bank has agreed in principle to provide US $30 million in highly concessional funding to support the work needed to address the renovation and improvement of public buildings. Work on the Financial Complex, Mr. Speaker, will start next year. 2, greater use of technology and the use of flexible approaches to work, including remote work. 3, rental of office space where other approaches are not feasible. Mr. Speaker, as it stands, government spends more than $3.5 million in the rental of office spaces. Unavoidably, this cost will increase in the next few years before we are able to bring it down. Aside from the strategy to address the OSH matters, we will develop a comprehensive registry of government assets and mobilize the additional financial resources, including through public-private partnerships or PPPs, to modernize and better manage government's assets moving forward. Restructuring and strengthening state bodies. Mr. Speaker, there are currently over 30 state bodies comprising statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises, and commissions. Between January to September of this year, subventions to these state bodies were more than $30 million. Annex 6 to the published version of this statement provides information on the performance of most of these state bodies. Mr. Speaker, just so that it is clear that we don't only criticize and that we praise, we wish to commend the prior administration for their efforts in strengthening the financial and operational performance of these bodies in recent years. That said, there is significant room for improvement and a more fundamental reformation of these bodies to improve efficiency and reduce fiscal risk. For example, many state bodies are performing roles that are better executed by the private sector. Government's role is not to actively compete with the private sector, but to facilitate and intervene when there is market failure. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we will undertake a comprehensive review of all state bodies to rationalize and optimize them with a view to, firstly, improving delivery of public services, and secondly, reduce duplication and wastage. Mr. Speaker, government will actively pursue private sector involvement in improving operational and financial performance of all state bodies in the delivery of quality services. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to prioritizing the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, years of neglect have left our court system in a deplorable state. The recent case involving convicted killer Alexander Clark, who walked free because of the under-resourcing of the judiciary, is one clear example of the lack of priority by the past government to the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, this administration reaffirms its commitment to Sustainable Development Goal 16, which addresses access to justice for all. To this end, government has demonstrated its tangible commitment to improving the judiciary of Grenada, recognizing it as a co-equal arm of the state. The Supreme Court Registry is being equipped with the tools to improve efficiency within its operations, with a focus on the Deeds and Lands Registry, the Mediation Center, and the Court Reporting Unit. A focus on moving towards a fully digital platform, particularly within the Deeds and Land Registry, to facilitate direct and remote access to registry records for a prescribed fee. To lead and manage this process, government has taken the bold step of creating the post of Deputy Registrar, Deeds and Land Registry. The relocation of the Court Registry Vault into a healthy and safe environment for employees and users. The new location would protect Grenada's repository of legal documents with significant legacy implications. Strengthening the Court Reporting Unit by increasing human resources and certifying a group of court reporters to reduce the existing backlog with a goal to completely eradicating it in 2023. Equip the unit to resume preparation of civil transcripts, significantly reduce the time taken to produce transcripts, and equip Grenadians with the tools to provide transcription services locally and regionally, with a resultant reduction in the disposition time for matters before the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, the relocation of the Court-Connected Mediation Unit to the CLICO building to allow for housing of the Supreme Court functions into one single space for better administrative effectiveness and improved service delivery. In addition, the relocation of the Ministry of Legal Affairs into a stable and healthy work environment is critical to the support of our judicial and legal services. Government will build the capacity of the legal system through the filling of crucial legal vacancies and resource the ministry with specialized legal skills to support our transformative agenda. Of critical importance, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is the construction of a state-of-the-art halls of justice at this site, Mount Welldale. Mr. Speaker, consistent with our goal of building resilient infrastructure, the halls of justice will incorporate environmentally friendly and renewable energy technologies. An allocation of $3 million is budgeted for the commencement of phase 1 of this important project, which would include designs and other preparatory works. This project is key to transforming the judiciary and will reduce significant sums currently paid for the rental of buildings to house the courts and the registry. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to national security and safety. Mr. Speaker, it is easy to take the fact that we are one of the safest countries in the region for granted, but we must guard against this. The safety and security of our citizens and visitors alike is of utmost importance and priority. In this context, the recent spate of armed robberies is a cause of great concern for all Grenadians, and we commend the Royal Grenada Police Force for their promptness in solving these crimes. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the human resources of the RGPF and the prison service have been seriously depleted, and little was done to address this deficit. Our administration will provide the necessary human and material resources for the efficient functioning of our national security systems. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 70 new recruits will be taken on board in the RGPF, while approval is granted to fill critical positions in the prison service that were previously frozen. Fire prevention services. Mr. Speaker, our fire department is not equipped to deal with the many fires we experience yearly. Part of the problem is due to our road infrastructure, which does not allow the current fleet of fire tenders to access the fires. Another part of the problem is the lack of adequate firefighting equipment to service the entire country. Through the supplementary estimates budget, which was passed earlier this year, we have purchased a fire tender for Carriacou, which should arrive on the Sister Isle in January of 2023. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $2.7 million to acquire 3 fire tenders to service Grenada's western and eastern corridors. Surveillance and data protection. Mr. Speaker, national security and its protection are significantly affected by digitalization and the technological revolution. The management and utilization of data has therefore become increasingly important as a strategic resource. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the RGPF will aggressively pursue technology and digitization to better monitor and protect our data and knowledge capital. Plans for the coming year include the computerization of the police force and the implementation of a public CCTV system, which will help monitor hotspots for crime, case investigations, and the provision of evidence. Mr. Speaker, the regional CARI Secure 2.0 project will also improve our national capacity for crime reduction. This project, which works at the regional, national, and community levels in Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada, will reduce and respond to youth involvement in crime and violence by continuing to build national capacities for evidence-based decision-making among stakeholders in the youth sector. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to strengthening economic management. Mr. Speaker, it is important that government addresses the critical subject of strengthening economic management within the context of our transformation agenda. Since taking the office, we have managed the economy well. Through our policies, including the paying of the retroactive pension and gratuity, the estimated economic growth this year will almost double. Mr. Speaker, we have kept inflation from spiraling out of control. Our current inflation rate of 5.5% for this year is one of the lowest in the region. Mr. Speaker, we have arrested what was a sharply deteriorating industrial climate, and our policies have strengthened business confidence. Mr. Speaker.
I'm exiting the chair, just give me a moment.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, in the chair.
Mr. Prime Minister, Minister of
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have done all of this from a team that the former administration said had no experience. Madam Deputy Speaker, government is committed to building a robust economic management system. Underpinning this system is our fiscal responsibility framework. With the support of our development partners, we will improve the current framework to ensure that it supports our transformation agenda while simultaneously reinforcing fiscal and debt sustainability. The new framework will take effect in the 2024 budget cycle. I turn to tax administration. Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to digitizing of the tax system, we are also mindful that a good tax administration system is one that is equitable, efficient, and growth-friendly. Therefore, we will take steps to improve the administration and collection of existing taxes, and over time, simplify and reduce the number of taxes. To this end, Madam Deputy Speaker, we start with property tax reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, to also transition into the new tax system, the Inland Revenue Department will undertake a mass revaluation of properties in 2023. The new property values will be implemented in 2024. It is important to note that the revaluation of properties does not necessarily mean higher property taxes, as the Minister can vary current rates to achieve revenue neutrality. The revaluation exercise will allow the government to implement a more progressive property tax system, however. To improve compliance in this area, the Inland Revenue Department will implement a pilot that will allow public officers to pay their property taxes through monthly deductions. This service will also be extended to private sector firms. This initiative will reduce the burden of having to find all the resources at one point in time when the tax deadline comes around. Tax amnesty. Mr. Speaker, the current stock of tax arrears is in excess of $600 million. The truth of the matter is some of us have not been paying our fair share to support national development. This government desires to build a sense of national identity and a culture of meeting our obligations to the state. To prepare for this transition, we will implement the following compliance strategy. Effective January 2023, we will implement a tax amnesty for the next 12 months that will waive 100% interest of all 100% of all interest and penalties for all arrears up to December 2021. Mr. Speaker, to halt the further accumulation of arrears, all arrears for 2022 onwards will be strictly enforced pursuant to the Tax Administration Act, including the requirement of tax clearance certificates to travel, to access loans from financial institutions, the use of garnishee, etc. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Inland Revenue Department will be allowed to act without political interference from government. Contrary to what happened in the past. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to increasing the transparency of the CBI, or Citizenship by Investment receipts. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies. As it pertains to Citizenship by Investment, or CBI receipts, this administration will take steps to improve the transparency and operations of the CBI program. Currently, there are 3 sources of receipts from the CBI program, namely fees associated with investment into an approved CBI project, contributions into the National Transformation Fund or the NTF, and other fees including application and processing fees. Effective January 2023, all CBI revenues will be reported as non-tax revenues. Government will amend the NTF regulation to set aside at least 10% of receipts from contributions into the NTF or the National Transformation Fund, specifically for post-disaster financing to be managed by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Government will earmark the remaining 90% of the NTF receipts for transformative capital projects as identified by a cabinet-appointed committee. It is envisaged, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the NTF funds will finance impactful projects of national interest that can make a marked difference in the lives of all Grenadians, such as the construction of our state-of-the-art teaching hospital or our technologically advanced public library. Madam Deputy Speaker, CBI has been a major revenue earner for government and continues to play an integral part in our economic and fiscal architecture.
The Speaker in the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, investment migration, which includes CBI and residency by investment, or RBI, is estimated to be a $20 billion industry. The government of Grenada will be moving purposefully and systematically to strengthen and market our CBI program and the NTF to ensure that we prudently grow our market share. Very mindful of the headwinds for the investment migration sector, government is fully committed to working with all stakeholders to adapt and or develop the necessary standards, regulations, and internal control systems to reduce the risk profile of the sector and mitigate existing risk on an ongoing basis. In addition, we will continue our partnership with the relevant entities in the United States and the European Union to strengthen due diligence processes. The foregoing will ensure that the program is transparent, safe, and sustainable, with tangible benefits to the people of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to procurement reform. Mr. Speaker, to tackle the chronic low implementation rate of projects and programs, procurement reform is key. In 2023, government will undertake a comprehensive review of the current procurement process, following which an action plan for improving effectiveness, transparency, and accountability in the procurement process will be rolled out. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank has given its commitment to support this important reform through technical assistance, training, and hands-on support. One of the key areas identified is training for the construction industry to build our capacity in bidding for externally funded projects. Increasing expenditure efficiency. Mr. Speaker, increasing the efficiency of public spending will create additional fiscal space to support our transformational agenda. Therefore, government will appoint an expenditure efficiency task force comprising the public and private sector, with support from the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation to tackle wastage in the system and improve efficiency in public spending. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of wastage, in terms of low-hanging fruits, in 2023, government will implement the following. 1, limit overseas travel to below the pre-COVID 2019 level. Moreover, most travel will be funded by donor or third-party funding. 2, develop a policy for the procurement, maintenance, and disposal of government vehicles. 3, cut spending on office supplies and materials by 25% from 2022 levels. 4, prohibit printing of documents over 5 pages with a view to eliminating all printing in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that since assuming office, no printing has occurred in the office of the Prime Minister. Reinvigorating the economy of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, the transformation of Carriacou and Petite Martinique is an integral part of our transformational agenda. Our goal is to deliver the same level of services on our sister isles as enjoyed on the mainland in Grenada. There are significant opportunities for socio-economic development in both Carriacou and Petite Martinique, given the rich natural and human resources coupled with the deep-rooted traditions of these islands. As a demonstration of our commitment, we are pumping significantly more resources into the sister isles. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to indicate that a sum of $22.8 million, an increase of $3.3 million over the last budget, is provided in the 2023 budget. Some of the key interventions for 2023 in Petite Martinique and Carriacou include commencement of work on the Climate Smart Carriacou Ministerial Complex. A sum of $1.5 million has been budgeted for this. Construction of the Windward Fish Center. A sum of $300,000 has been budgeted for this. Road rehabilitation and maintenance program in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. A sum of $3.7 million has been budgeted for this. And night lighting facilities at the Lauriston Airport. A sum of $300,000 has been budgeted for this. Mr. Speaker, specific to Petite Martinique, we are going to implement the lighting of the jetty facilities as well as implement a Petite Martinique enhancement project which will improve the aesthetics of the island as well as create income earning opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the foregoing is merely a sample of as many other initiatives in various areas including agriculture and fisheries, health and wellness, social protection, community empowerment, youth development, among others, will also be implemented in the sister isles. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to more effective government. Mr. Speaker, in a country portfolio performance review conducted last month in November by the World Bank, it was pointed out that of the 10 investment projects that the World Bank has with Grenada, totaling $99 million US dollars, roughly almost 267 million EC dollars. All of them are significantly delayed, with only 2 of the 10 projects having disbursements this year, and with 2 of the 10 projects being described as problem status, meaning that there is a risk that we may lose the funds for these projects. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the review flagged that in the last few years, annual disbursements of investment operations averaged only $4 million, notwithstanding that we had an envelope of $99 million, a drop in the bucket. Additionally, projects funded through the Caribbean Development Bank are similarly delayed. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the implementation rate of externally funded projects is dismally poor. The cost to hold these funds on Grenada's behalf, known as commitment fees, run into the millions of dollars. In other words, the cost of poor implementation by the last government has placed a significant burden on the backs of taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the severe lack of implementation, that plagued the previous administration, and equally aware of the underlying governance failures that created a toxic environment of low employee morale. This administration moved swiftly to establish the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, or MIT, the first of its kind in the Western Hemisphere, with the simple mandate to get things done. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that we have been commended by several regional and international organizations for this bold move. Our aim is to make this ministry a paragon of delivery excellence. To this end, the government is pleased to report that MIT has made significant progress thus far in fulfilling its mandate in the first 6 months of operation. Mr. Speaker, the MIT ministry was able to successfully complete negotiations with the affected residents of Molineux to accelerate the commencement of the critical Molineux landslip rehabilitation project. Had there been no MIT, God knows where we would have been with the project. The Ministry of MIT has successfully removed bottlenecks to facilitate the completion of the preparatory works on the development of Fort George. This is a major tourism product. As noted earlier, after years of delay, construction works on the site will begin in January 2023. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the projects that the World Bank labeled as problem status, meaning we were in danger of losing the funding to do the project. The Ministry of MIT has addressed major bottlenecks under the Grenada Education Enhancement Project, or GEEP, to ensure that Bishop's College project in Carriacou is completed in time for the start of the new school term commencing in January of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of MIT mobilized over a dozen furniture manufacturers so that they can provide furniture for schools and other government departments. MIT has established a project oversight committee to identify areas for urgent cleanup in the town and commercial areas and to initiate a cleanup campaign. So, Mr. Speaker, while some of us in this Honorable House may have a philosophical difference with the establishment of the MIT, this is not about philosophy, this is about the lack of implementation that we need to address front on if we are to move Grenada forward. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, to ensure continued efficiency, government will develop the project management capacity in the MIT ministry and in various spending ministries and departments. As an immediate priority, government will recruit and train 20 young professionals in procurement. Further, we will hire additional project staff to ensure dedicated project management support, thereby accelerating project implementation. Mr. Speaker, it is said, what gets measured gets done. Project oversight was woefully lacking under the former administration. Our government will establish a technical project oversight committee comprising specialized project officers who will meet regularly to review and agree on the most efficient approach for all projects. Mr. Speaker, I turn to building resilience and environmental management. Mr. Speaker, the increasing effects of climate change and the existential threat that intensified storms and rising sea levels signify for small island development states like Grenada cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, this administration established the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment, and Renewable Energy with a mandate to develop and implement initiatives that mainstream climate change into the national development agenda. Our government is committed to the fight against climate change and will support all efforts to embrace sustainability and the protection of our natural environment. To this end, the Ministry will actively engage and interact with the public and private sector, civil society organizations, and communities, and regional and international agencies to maintain alliances and strengthen partnerships for an integrated approach to sustainable development. Key areas addressed under this pillar include climate resilience, the environment and renewable energy, climate change expenditure tagging, transformative physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, prioritizing climate resilience and disaster management, the environment and renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, despite Grenada's front row seat to the damaging effects of climate change as a Caribbean small island developing state, the former administration relegated climate resilience to a portfolio with no resources and no support structure. This blatant disregard for the seriousness of climate resilience, despite national and international rhetoric to the contrary, contradicts the recent appointment of former Grenadian Minister of Climate Resilience, who now holds the top job as Executive Secretary to the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, this administration acknowledges that climate change is perhaps the greatest challenge facing the world. Not the war in Ukraine, not the energy crisis in Europe, nor the threat of a recession in our major trading partners. It is the fact that our planet is dying rapidly, and we are not doing enough to change course and protect the future of our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, therefore, our government moves swiftly to give climate resilience the prominence that it deserves by re-establishing a Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy. Among the many important priorities of this ministry is the mobilization of climate financing to support our mitigation and adaptation efforts. We will take deliberate steps to mitigate and adapt to the clear and present danger of the climate crisis that is unfolding before our very eyes. Specifically, we will move to secure the Energy Efficiency Bill, the revising of the National Energy Policy, or NEP. Mr. Speaker, there is an urgent need to strengthen post-disaster resilience as part and parcel of the transformation agenda. In this regard, government will implement the following. 1. Enact legislation to give the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, the necessary teeth to successfully carry out its mandate. A disaster management bill will be introduced in Parliament in the first quarter of 2023. 2. We will renew the catastrophe deferred drawdown option with the World Bank, which provides EC 54 million in available financing to respond to natural disasters and other shocks, resulting in flooding, landslips, damages to crops and livestock, thereby affecting farmers, households, and businesses. 3. In June of this year, we renewed our policy with the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, which provides coverage for cyclones, earthquakes, excess rainfall, and the fishing sector. Once the policy is triggered, Mr. Speaker, Grenada will receive a payout within 14 days of a qualifying event. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to sustainable and affordable energy production. Mr. Speaker, we cannot address the sustainable and affordable energy production without first addressing the state of Grenada Electricity Services Limited, GRENLEC. Mr. Speaker, the actions of the former administration have placed GRENLEC, our lone electric company, in a precarious position, which has resulted in load sharing and blackouts in the recent past. Given the antagonistic atmosphere, due to what appeared to be a personal vendetta against the company by the then administration, it is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that no investments were made to improve Grenlec's generation capacity. Moreover, after losing the arbitration battle, the government was essentially forced to pay in excess of $163 million to acquire a majority stake in the company. Mr. Speaker, this information was hidden from the public, but to add insult to injury, the former administration imposed a generalized subsidy of a 25% reduction on the company, thus compromising its finances and operations further. Compounding all of this, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that for the first time, for at least 2 years, the former administration knew that Grenlec needed to augment its generation capacity and did nothing to address the matter. Mr. Speaker, our administration is committed to working with Grenlec to sustainably solve this issue with the use of renewable energy. To date, 2 sites for photovoltaic or PV solar have been identified, one at Pearls St. Andrew and the second at the Maurice Bishop International Airport, and other options are being considered. Mr. Speaker, Grenada has the potential to achieve 100% in renewable energy generation in the electricity sector from geothermal, wind, and solar. Yet, we have the lowest penetration of renewable energy in the region. Our administration will change this. Our goal is to transform the electricity sector to achieve reliable and affordable access to clean energy to fuel, no pun intended, the economy. Grenada cannot achieve its transformation agenda at the current high cost of energy and the volatility inherent in the continued reliance on fossil fuels to power our factories and hotels. Geothermal. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, we will take resolute steps to accelerate geothermal exploration, which should provide some 15 megawatts of baseload energy to the electricity grid. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure works, including access roads and utilities to the sites, will open significant opportunities for development in the outer parishes of St. John and St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, we are currently in the exploratory drilling phase, which is funded through a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank. This phase is expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2025. The total cost of this project is estimated to be US $142 million. That said, Mr. Speaker, the subsequent phases of this project will only go forward if the exploratory phase locates proven resources. Through strategic alliances with the private sector, we will raise the financing to realize our geothermal potential. Wind. Mr. Speaker, we are extremely excited about Grenada's prospects for wind energy. We are in receipt of a proposal from a reputable international company with funding to set up an offshore wind farm that can potentially generate as much as 30 megawatts of wind power. Mr. Speaker, this is almost equivalent to our current peak demand. This farm will be located miles offshore away from site and shipping lanes. We are currently seeking technical assistance from our international partners to review this proposal and help guide our engagement on this going forward. Solar. Mr. Speaker, an 800 kilowatt-hour solar PV plant with battery storage will be commissioned in Carriacou before June of next year. This project will displace 60% of the diesel used to generate electricity in Carriacou. We wish to express our sincere thanks to the United Arab Emirates for their kind contribution to this crucially important project. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the World Bank, we will launch a major energy efficiency project for public buildings, which will see the installation of solar panels, energy-efficient air conditioning units, and other amenities in major government buildings, such as the Financial Complex, the Ministerial Complex, the Ministry of Education building, schools and health facilities across the length and breadth of Grenada. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the OECS Renewable Energy Project implemented through the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank will provide support for the private sector to adopt renewable energy technologies. Mr. Speaker, safeguarding our environment from further degradation is of paramount importance. Several initiatives, including mangrove replanting, tree replanting, waste recycling, and the reimagining of several projects, such as the debushing program, will help protect our environment. This administration will review the current policies, including the incentive regime in the area of renewable energy and the environment, to better support growth and transformation in these critical areas. Implementation of climate change expenditure tagging. Mr. Speaker, we wish to thank the World Bank for their support in introducing climate change budget tagging with the strategic aim of categorizing, measuring, and monitoring climate-relevant public policies to better identify and mobilize fiscal resources toward climate resilience building. A climate change budget tagging pilot is being conducted for select ministries in the 2023 budget. The methodology will be fully implemented in subsequent budgets. Mr. Speaker, our very first climate change budget tagging report is attached as Appendix 3 in the published version of this statement. Transformative physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, Grenada is facing a huge infrastructure deficit, and government will require more than $1 billion to provide the necessary infrastructure to transform our country. Mr. Speaker, outside of the construction of the Morris Bishop International Airport and the cruise terminal, we cannot point to any other transformational project since independence. For example, we have had no major road development in almost 50 years. Significant investments are therefore needed to provide the critical enabling infrastructure for the transformation of the private sector and the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, government will actively explore public-private partnerships, including build, operate, lease, transfer arrangements to deliver on critical health, road, housing, and other infrastructure to close the infrastructure deficit. We are excited to report, Mr. Speaker, that government is currently reviewing a proposal for a major road infrastructure project that will transform the economic and social architecture of the Western Corridor from St. George to St. Patrick, reducing the travel time by more than half. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of transformation that we are pursuing. Mr. Speaker, therefore, allow me to highlight some of the major infrastructure projects that will not only create employment, but will support the solid foundation that we are working to build. The Grenada Climate Resilience Water Sector Project, or GCRUS. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a 6-year project costing $125 million. It was first mentioned in the 2019 budget presentation by the prior administration. It is financed through a grant predominantly provided by the Green Climate Fund, the GCF. The project, which is aimed at building system-wide climate change resilience in the water and sanitation sector, includes several major infrastructure investments, including improvement in the water supply at Maribo, Les Avocats, Pitié-Tang, Vendôme, Victoria, and St. Patrick. The water supply in Carriacou and Gove will also be expanded. Mr. Speaker, 3 years later, this highly beneficial project to the people of Grenada has barely gotten off the ground. The implementation rate is less than 1%. And let me put that in absolute numbers. only $600,000 has been drawn down from the $125 million. I move on. The Cliff Rehabilitation Project, or what is known as the Cliff Road. Mr. Speaker, the stretch of road from the Sugar Mill to the Springs Woodlands roundabout, and from there to the Woburn-Manjelu Junction needs urgent upgrading, especially the latter. The section from the Cliff to the Woodlands Junction is narrow, accident-prone, and it's a major cause for growing traffic bottlenecks in and out of Grandance and the Tongue of St. George. This project will be funded from local resources, and construction work is expected to commence during the first half of 2023 and conclude by the middle of 2024. An amount of $2.5 million is budgeted for this project next year. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the BEST program: beautification, empowerment, sustainability, and transformation. Mr. Speaker, this project involves the rebranding and rescoping of the Road Rehabilitation Program, more commonly referred to as the Bushing Program. And henceforth it will be known as the BEST program. The program will focus on more environmentally sustainable practices and a training component to empower our individuals. And I alluded to that earlier, Mr. Speaker, by talking about the fact that we will use the grass and so on that is cut as part of our national composting program. A sum of $8 million is budgeted for this program next year. I turn to the Grenada Resilience Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, this US $15 million project will support disaster resilient critical infrastructure by supporting the reconstruction of the Balthazar Bridge and interventions to stabilize parts of the roads and bridges on the Eastern Main Road at Soubise and Marquis. The project also supports technical assistance for the development of strategies and designs for resilient infrastructure, including the assessment of road management practices and the development of a road asset management strategy. An amount of $800,000 is budgeted in 2023 for the start of implementation of the project. I turn to the Grenville Flood Reduction Project. Mr. Speaker, this project aims to reduce flooding and mitigate flood risk in the Tongue of Grenville. An amount of $800,000 is allocated in 2023 for this project. The St. Johns River Flood Mitigation Project. Mr. Speaker, construction work on this project, better known as the River Road Project, is progressing. The project is broken down into 7 packages. 4 of the 7 packages should be completed in short order, with the other 3 packages to be tendered out early next year. An allocation of $13 million is budgeted for the continuation of this project. The Sotters Breakwater Project. Mr. Speaker, this project is of critical importance in safeguarding the coastal and marine assets and properties of the people of St. Patrick, and in particular St. Patrick West and surrounding areas. Many individuals have already suffered significant losses. We are pleased to report that the designs and other preparatory works have been completed, and financing has been identified through the Caribbean Development Bank for the commencement of this project next year. An amount of $1 million has been budgeted for the commencement of this project, which should take about 18 months to complete. The Molyneux Landslip Rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of this segment of the Western Main Road corridor is long overdue. And had it not been for the hard work and determination of our team in resolving the land issues, the start of construction could have been further delayed. I am pleased to report that rehabilitation work is fully underway with a completion date by the end of next year. An amount of $9.5 million is budgeted for completion of this work. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Feeder Roads Phase 3 targets the rehabilitation of 11 roads and bridges to bolster the infrastructure for the agriculture sector and local communities at a total cost of $101 million. To date, the following projects are completed: the St. George's Estate Road, the Bel Air Road, the Munich to Grand Bachelet Bridge, and construction works have commenced at the following. Bailey's Bachelet to La Pastora Road, 20% of the works are complete. The Claboni Road, 27% is complete and works are ongoing. The Laborie Road, 46% complete and the works are ongoing. The Red Mud Road, works commenced and 20% is complete. The Willis to Constantine Road and Bridge Abutment, 12% complete. Projects to commence in 2023, Mr. Speaker, the Mondelez to Old Westall Road, the Concord Road, the Brothers Estate Road. Mr. Speaker, a sum of 9 million EC is provided for the continuation of this project in 2023. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to strengthening regional and international cooperation. Mr. Speaker, as outlined by Our Excellency the Governor General in her throne speech, this administration is committed to pursuing a foreign policy that is anchored in democratic principles and good governance. We have taken decisive steps to professionalize our foreign service, recalling all diplomats with a view to reassessing and appointing based on merit and in the best interests of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, our government greatly values the mutually beneficial relationships Grenada maintains with bilateral and multilateral partners and intends to continue these engagements in support of implementation of our developmental priorities. Mr. Speaker, in this fifth and final pillar, allow me to outline government's plans for the following areas: diplomatic missions and diaspora relations. Rationalization of diplomatic missions. Mr. Speaker, in addition to strengthening relations with existing foreign partners, government will seek to forge new strategic international relationships that align with our national transformation agenda. The African continent is of particular interest given its youthful population and the inherent connection that we share as a population of predominantly African descent. The Middle East too, Mr. Speaker, provides opportunities for enhanced cooperation through trade, tourism, and investments. And I'm happy to report that the Honorable Lennox Andrews has just returned from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where he attended the Conference of Tourism Ministers. Government will move expeditiously, Mr. Speaker, to explore mutually beneficial partnerships in this regard and will consider the feasibility of establishing diplomatic missions in this part of the world. Maintaining diaspora relations. Mr. Speaker, this administration acknowledges the success of our transformation agenda is hinged on the endorsement and support of all Grenadians, both at home and in the diaspora. To this end, the establishment of the Grenada Diaspora Advisory Council, or GDAC, comprised of Grenadian professionals with expertise in their respective fields, seeks to forge strategic links between our Grenadian community abroad to advance government's transformational priorities. The Council acts as an on-the-ground link for government in the diaspora, providing advice with an emphasis on long-term planning, and is a useful resource for citizens seeking ways in which they can support current initiatives or propose innovative solutions to current challenges. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I now move to measures for managing the cost of living crisis. High and rising inflation in the US, China, and other major source markets, especially on food and fuel, is driving a cost of living crisis in many developing countries across the world, and Grenada is not exempt. When the international price of oil increases, the price of fuel on the domestic market increases, as well as the price of food. Mr. Speaker, while we have no control over the international price of oil, we have taken decisive and deliberate actions to reduce the impact on our citizens while being fiscally responsible. Mr. Speaker, we removed the petrol tax effective September 18, 2022 for a period of 4 months in the first instance. This led to a dramatic reduction in prices at the pump and even resulted in Grenada having the lowest prices in the OECS region. We extended the removal of VAT and the Environmental Levy, or EVL, which expired in June for the rest of 2022. To help reduce the cost of food, Mr. Speaker, we instituted a cap on freight effective as of October 1, 2022 for a period of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will do what is necessary for as long as it is necessary to shield our citizens from the devastating impact of high prices, especially on food, fuel, and other necessities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the following additional cost of living and other relief measures will be rolled out. Mr. Speaker, we will exempt VAT on the following food items and other necessities effective February 2023 until December 2023. These items include 1. Soya chunks, 2. Veggie patties, 3. Olive oil, 4. Canola oil, 5. Soybean oil, 6. Sunflower oil, 7. Coconut oil, 8. Red kidney beans, 9. Black eyed peas, 10. Lentil peas, 11. Hand sanitizers, 12. Adult diapers, 13. Baby diapers, 14. Toothpaste, 15. Toilet paper, 16. Bathing soap, 17. Laundry soap, 18. Sanitary napkins, and 19. Condoms. And in the event you want to know why condoms make the list, the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health has noted, Mr. Speaker, an increase in STDs within Grenada. And we seem to have taken it for granted that HIV is no more, but it is still. And therefore we need to ensure, particularly, that our young persons are given the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to practice safe sexual and reproductive practices. Mr. Speaker, the full list of VAT-exempt items is attached as an appendix to the published version of this statement. The exemption of VAT on these items is also aligned, Mr. Speaker, with government's policy to support healthy eating and lifestyles. Mr. Speaker, as alluded to earlier, we will grant 100% concessions on both CET and VAT for selected production equipment to support the creative economy for 12 months to be reviewed starting February 1, 2023. These items include storage media, production equipment for content creators, audiovisual equipment, art supplies, all other ICT equipment and devices that are unequivocally needed for business use in the creative economy. The total estimated revenue foregone for the two above measures, Mr. Speaker, is approximately $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, we will further reduce the VAT rate on mobile and broadband data from 20%, which it currently is at, to 15% starting February 1, 2023, which will be reviewed in December of 2023. This, Mr. Speaker, is consistent with government's policy to build a digital economy, and you cannot build a digital economy without internet and data. The estimated revenue foregone from this measure, Mr. Speaker, is approximately $3.3 million. Mr. Speaker, effective February 1, 2023, we will reduce the VAT on electricity consumption from 15% to 7.5% for all consumers. And we will reinstate the policy of zero rating the VAT on electricity consumption up to 99 kilowatt hours for residential consumers. The estimated revenue foregone from this measure, Mr. Speaker, is $3.7 million. Effective January 18, 2023, Mr. Speaker, we shall reintroduce the petrol tax at a rate of $3.50 per gallon instead of $5.50 per gallon on duty-paid sales. And Mr. Speaker, the estimated revenue foregone from this measure is $18.8 million. Mr. Speaker, we will maintain the fixed price of the 20-pound LPG cylinder at $40. Mr. Speaker, at current oil prices, averaging just over US $90 per barrel, the actual cost of the 20 pounds LPG cylinder is roughly $70. And therefore, by keeping it at 40, we are subsidizing on each cylinder a total of $30. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to subsidize and absorb the difference in costs to ensure that our citizens can afford the most needed commodity, cooking gas. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the prior administration raked up approximately $7 million in arrears with this policy and have not paid it. But we will honor our obligations to the suppliers and pay. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will implement an electricity subsidy of $10 per month for all residential consumers consuming up to 99 kilowatts hour per month at an estimated cost of $2.4 million. Mr. Speaker, this total package of targeted and impactful relief measures will cost the government more than $30 million. Compare and contrast this to the package of measures implemented last year, which were ill-conceived, generalized, and had very little positive impact. In fact, as was already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the measures taken damaged the financial position of GRENLEC to the point where it could not pay dividends for the first time in almost 2 decades. Wow. Mr. Speaker, to pay for the cost of living relief measures and to support our strategic priorities, we will implement the following. Effective February 1, 2023, increase the excise tax on alcohol from $1.10 and $4.40 per litre to $1.50 and $5 per litre, and the excise tax on cigarettes from 105% to 200%. Effective February 1, 2023, Mr. Speaker, increase the VAT on carbonated beverages, soft drinks, sodas, and drinks with high sugar content from 15% to 20%. Effective February 1, 2023, reinstate the environmental levy rate of $5 and $10 on electricity consumption as follows. Between 100 and 150 kilowatt hours, a mere $5, and over 150 kilowatt hours, a mere $10. Effective February 1, 2023, apply an environmental levy on water usage as follows. Between 2,800 and 5,500 gallons, $5, and over 5,500, $10. Thank you. Effective February 1, 2023, Mr. Speaker, institute a no printing of more than 5 pages policy across the entire public service. Mr. Speaker, when we began this journey, just over a year ago, many said that our vision was pie in the sky. It has been a mere 5 months of governance, Mr. Speaker. And you can ask the teachers, and you can ask the pensioners, and I'm sure many Grenadians can testify that under our leadership, the pie is indeed on the plate. Mr. Speaker, this continues to be an exciting time for our people. The palpable feeling of hope that permeated our societies in the immediate aftermath of the election still hangs in the air, inspiring our people to believe in a society where victimization and fear are not the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, these first 5 months have been as challenging as they have been rewarding. We were able to verify what many Grenadians knew to be true, that our difficult circumstances and lack of progress over the past decade had more to do with mismanagement and gross neglect of the previous administration than it did with external factors. The willful damage inflicted on our society, and especially our youth, and the most vulnerable amongst us, is still a reality that gives us pause, Mr. Speaker. We are confident, however, that by starting smart and developing the foundational capacities of our people and institutions, we will overcome this dark period in our history and rise to the forefront of regional advancement once more. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, the priorities set out in the 2023 budget are people-centered and intended to lay a solid foundation for our transformation agenda by building resilience, empowerment, and growth. Resilience, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to prepare our people to bounce back and bounce forward from the many challenges that we face as a small island developing state, vulnerable to the effects of climate change and other global shocks. Empowerment, as we break free from a system designed to keep many of our people in poverty and dependent on the state. Growth, as we collectively move forward, armed with the right skills to take advantage of the opportunities that are unique to our island reality and on high demand internationally. Mr. Speaker, we are just getting started and look forward to a whole-of-country participation as we seek to rebuild, retool, and prepare our citizens for the future. Every citizen can play their part, whether at home or in the diaspora, to bring our shared transformative agenda to fruition. Mr. Speaker, I close with the hopeful words of the Almighty, as it is written in James chapter 1, verses 2 and 4. And I quote, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith develops perseverance. Perseverance must finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Mr. Speaker, this administration answered the call to serve despite challenges that seemed insurmountable to many. Our successful perseverance is the result of a collective effort, and we are indeed thankful to every individual who believed in our vision and subscribed to the aspiration of a better future for all. Mr. Speaker, as you can appreciate, our list of acknowledgements is extensive. Therefore, a detailed listing can be found in the printed version to this state. Permit me, however, Mr. Speaker, to mention just a few. I must begin by thanking the Almighty God for His mercies. Allow me also to reiterate sincere gratitude to my Cabinet of Ministers. It has been my distinct honor to share in your passion for transformation and chart the future of our great nation over the past 5 months. I would also like to express my deepest appreciation to our transition leads, who were crucial to the success achieved during the first few months of governance. It would be remiss of me not to mention the Secretary to the Cabinet, who will be joining the ranks of retirees in the not too distant future. Other permanent secretaries, heads of non-ministerial departments, the press secretary, my executive assistant, managers and staff of all statutory bodies and state-owned enterprises, and all other public officers who have contributed to the preparation and delivery of this budget statement. Permit me to specially express my deepest appreciation to PS Mike Sylvester and the staff of the Ministry of Finance for their yeoman efforts over the past 5 months. My role as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance was eased by your consummate professionalism and committed support to the ambitious targets set under our transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you and the Clerk of Parliament and his staff who have given me full support in facilitating the delivery of this presentation. Mr. Speaker, finally, allow me to thank my family for their love and support and my constituents of St. David for the unwavering support and confidence in my representation in this honorable House. May God bless our beautiful land of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. And I wish to thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for such a detailed delivery of your budget presentation. I noted a number of things. I noted the pillars that you mentioned, and I also noted that the audience was very much captivated. Even though you went over 3 hours to get the message across. I listened to you, Honorable Prime Minister, with rapt attention. And in my view, from the audience and the audience's response to some of the points that you made, you somehow in your delivery, I'm not sure if it is because it is December, but you somehow managed to create what I call a Santa sensation. I must commend you fully, Honorable Prime Minister, for your presentation, one that in my view has given hope, not just to those who are sitting here, but has given hope to Grenadians as well. Having said that, honorable members, the question is, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2023 by means of an appropriation act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January 1 to December 31, 2023 be approved. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Thursday, December 8th at 9 a.m. in the forenoon for continuation of the budget debates.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the House be adjourned until Thursday, December 8th at 9 a.m. in the forenoon for the continuation of the budget debate. Oh, sorry, I wasn't seeing you.
Mr. Speaker, just stand on the adjournment to make 2 points. One, expected that the Speaker will be announcing the schedule for debate and the date and time on as required before we end the session. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Speaker is supposed to be an umpire. When the comments heard today seem like the debate already is over. Just making that point for what it's worth, Mr. Speaker. The third point, the third point, Speaker, I would love to have, usually at the end of this, we have a hard copy provided for members of the speech of the Minister of Finance. I will look forward to that.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Your points have been recorded. Honorable members, the question is that the House be adjourned until Thursday, December 8th at 9 a.m. in the forenoon. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary view say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.
Of the presentation of the maiden budget by Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell since taking office on June 23rd here in Grenada. Just over 3 hours presentation, a detailed presentation as described by the Speaker of the House. A budget in that of $1,350,465,246 as presented by Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell today in the House of Representatives. Quite a lot was shared today, and in addition to that, we are ensuring that we give you a detailed And thank you so much. Welcome back. And that was the official conclusion of the presentation of the 2022 budget as presented by Minister of Finance, Prime Minister the Honorable Dickon Mitchell. $1.3 billion. A big budget, a detailed explanation as to where that monies will be allocated. And as he said, a fully funded budget it will be, and we are expected to still have some surplus. The best people to describe numbers are the people who have made it a part of what they do every day. And now it's time for us to go over to one of our financial minds. We know him very well. He is a household name here, one of our economists, Mr. Curlin Gilchrist, who will be breaking down today's presentation, making the ordinary man, trying to break it down so the ordinary man can understand what today's presentation was all about, outside of all that Prime Minister Mitchell have shared with us, the allocations, and how we at the end of this year, at the end of 2023 rather, because we're already at the end of 2022, will be able to say that yes, this has worked and it is benefiting Grenada. Mr. Gilchrist, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all the GIF staff I'm seeing around. My good friend in the corner there. And good afternoon to the listening public. I know it has been a mouthful, but I think we have been well fed.
Yes, it was a mouthful, but I think coming out of a mouthful, because it was so detailed, we are left with very little questions, but more answers and also plans, and we're looking forward to seeing them being unveiled. Let us start off with the breakdown, the allocations, which are the main allocations of the budget. Recurring expenses, yes, and then once we do that, then we would get down into the 5 pillars that government has identified. I think there's 6 pillars identified, and how you think that all that was explained here will be able to turn, as Prime Minister Mitchell said, turn this economy around.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. So we have 1.3 billion. I think the last budget was about 1.1, so just about 200 million more, and that's very significant. And especially as we notice that health and well-being has now received a substantial increase in allocation. And that is in keeping with the focus of the budget on health and wellness, and health and wellness is number 1. So they have gotten as a matter of fact, in terms of increases, I think health and wellness got the most.
Yes.
Right? And that is expected because of the emphasis of improving our healthcare system. A lot of money will be spent on refurbishing the facilities, the health facilities. And we got good news too, that on the human resource side, over 21 vacancies have been freed up and approval given to regularize. So even though the government is going to review the regularization, health is given a special track of getting more people on board. And of course, I'm sure the nurses are very happy. They are getting additional $500 a month as an honorarium. And this is welcome in a time where we have high cost of living and high inflation. I think this is welcome news. And let me say that in addition to the $500, the facilities and working environment of our health professionals will be enhanced and improved. So it's not just cash money they are getting an improved and an improved environment that is conducive for productivity. So I know that is welcome news. So the budget, as I said, the biggest portion went to health, and then we have education.
Yes.
Education has received about
$193
million. And education, as the government addresses the fundamentals or the foundation for our development and transformation, education is key. Plenty emphasis on skills training, vocational training. Reforming and transforming TMI Community College. Strengthening ULO, those institutions that are responsible for training people in vocational skills, getting students ready for the job market. And this is a fundamental point I think the budget made, in that our educational system must be so delivered in a way that we prepare students for the world of work. We give them the tools and the skills and get them job ready so they can find a job. And that has been a problem over the last 2 decades, that our students graduate and employers complain they can't read, they can't write, they can't do this, they can't do that. But I think the transformation agenda, as spelled out in the budget, is aimed at bridging that gap and dealing with those inadequacies in the delivery of our educational system, so that students now are better prepared. A lot of emphasis on the digital economy.
Yes.
We have to develop this country on an ICT platform. The young people, this is what we call the 5th generation, the TikTok generation. And the educational system has to take advantage of that type of ICT environment to help students emerge and be able to maximize the opportunities that exist. So the budget was I would say, in alignment with this current trend in ICT development and trying to put money where you need training and skills. Coding was identified, and even TAMCC. In the upgrading of TAMCC, monies will be spent on helping to build the ICT infrastructure at TAMCC. So building capacity in that area, I think a lot of emphasis was put on in the budget, and I'm very happy to hear that. And I think any investment in education speaks well for the development of Grenada in the future. So the investment in education, $193 million?
$193 million.
Yeah, and I anticipate the 2024 budget we would see an increase. We have to continue investing in education, investing in our young people. This is central to the transformation process. So again, education was pulled out. Then there was another pillar, tourism and hospitality, wellness. How much millions we had there?
Tourism and hospitality, wellness, that one. For tourism, I don't have tourism, I think, but what I have is for agriculture and the others, 54.3 million for that one. Tourism, tourism 96.2 million.
Is that around $96.2 million?
Yes, 96.2 million.
Now, again, I remembered when the pillars were announced and people felt that tourism should have been the number one pillar. And the Prime Minister had to point out that all that tourism would benefit from investment in all the pillars. Yes. I remember that. And the same idea here. If you look at the allocation for agriculture, that has increased substantially.
Yes, 54.
All right? And the strengthening of agriculture and food security, which is so important. That whole idea of food security, which is part of the strategy for poverty alleviation and for people to eat well, and eat well and also eat the right things. So it also linked to health. Yes. So the food security agenda and allocation is also building health resilience. So when we and that was not even mentioned in allocation for health. So health is benefiting from investment in agriculture, investment in food security.
And we cannot forget the new pillar that government is focusing heavily on, which is the creative economy.
The creative economy. It's
$3.4 million.
$3.4 million, and I do believe that's a conservative estimate. But that's what I'll have allocated to spend. But I do believe that we would spend more on the creative economy. And we look at the impact of the creative economy in creating jobs, offering a platform for young people to explore their skills and and their talent and so on. I can see the creative economy being the new economy, generating a stream of new revenues for the government.
Yes.
So it's an investment, but it will yield returns that will even add to the revenue of the country. And I can see it's we complain about diversification, and I think that's an area of diversity in the economy, creating new opportunities for young people, and I can see that growing, and Grenada would be the leading country in the Caribbean for the creative economy. We have very talented people here, and this is an opportunity for them to explore their talent and to build a profession and to earn a living from that profession. So I think that's a great initiative on the part of the government. It's new, it's inspirational, it's innovative, and it's transformative.
It would be remiss of me if we don't speak about some of those the cost saving, the crisis that we live in, cost of living, and some of those plans that were announced by government to alleviate some of these issues. The reduction in the electricity, that VAT for residential, the subsidizing of your, according to how much kilowatts you use, the zero rating of some of the items. We know what are the challenges. We go to the supermarket every day, we feel it. Today, announcements were made on how some of these, how we can have some more monies in our hands. How do you think that can really impact?
Yes, I think that's tremendous, and I must say it very, very, very ambitious on the part of the government. I call it an aggressive measure, very, very aggressive. It's very costly because, as you know, the entire subsidies would amount to over $30 million, right? So it's costly, but it's worth it. Yeah, and we know inflation is in excess of 3% now, and if you are careful, inflation will be growing faster than the growth in the economy, and this is something we have to be careful about. The economy must grow faster than inflation. Yes, for us to have real cost of living effect. So what I like to tell the public is that these measures address the core of what you call your living conditions.
Yes.
Yeah, basic things, basic necessities. And it's really a cost saving, but I want to encourage Grenadians that we still have to manage. Notwithstanding these relief, don't get a relief and a subsidy in one area and be wasteful in another area. Then you are really not taking advantage of of what we are trying to do. So we still have to manage and live within our means, and to be wise in our spending, and to make good choices when it comes to spending.
Yes.
But these measures are effective and are necessary, and it really would help us. We know levels of income are low in Grenada. Yeah. So any measure that will give us a savings is putting more money into our pockets so that we can spend on other necessities of life. So very good initiative. Of course, it will be evaluated, and as the economy recovers, as the crisis in the world is abating, and the threat of escalation abated, I believe these measures would be eased a bit, as we adjust to the situation. So very, very good measure. I like the measure on health,
yes,
and sanitation. I think this is a current trend in budgeting now. They call a health budget, and to be gender sensitive in your budgeting.
Yes.
I think that's a very good initiative. I've never seen it like that in my years as an economist, but I think that's great, and I anticipate that we would see meaningful relief coming to our Grenadian people, and this year should be a good year. Of course, all these things are done so that we get additional savings so that we can spend on other areas wisely. And I hope it will also encourage productivity.
I trust the same. Mr. Gilchrist, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
It was a detailed one, and as you broke down, we will see it, but at the end of the day, we want to be very mindful of the fact that we have to play our part in this process and manage well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we will take a break now. When we come back, we get to speak to representatives from our labor sector and also the private sector. If we remember very well, there were heavy focus on those areas in Prime Minister's presentation, how some of our workers will be benefiting. We cannot forget our nurses and that honorarium. And of course, the private sector, the importance of that cooperation and collaboration with the private sector to make it all happen. So we'll be back shortly.
After a long year of waiting, Flow brings you the magic of Christmas giving. Discounts on devices to bring you closer to your loved ones. Prizes to enjoy with your family and friends. And the best in entertainment bundles for everyone to gather around. This Christmas, one gift brings many more. Like more data and speeds to share everything with the family. So sign up, bundle up, switch up, top up, or pay up to win $4,000 in cash or appliances plus other weekly prizes. For the best in Christmas deals and rewards, visit discoverflow.co.
Life insurance. You've heard about it before, seen the commercials, but have you ever really thought about how life insurance can benefit you and your family? Let's look at 5 ways life insurance can benefit and protect you and your family.
Joining us, we spoke before we went on the break to Mr. Curlin Gilchrist, economist, just giving us a brief summary of Prime Minister's presentation on this year's budget. And now we speak to Mr. Kenny John, President of the GCIC, who will be sharing with us the importance of the private sector in today's presentation. Mr. John, thank you so much for being here with us. And
thank you for having me.
It is a pleasure. Prime Minister emphasized the importance of the private sector. And we're going to start off with the re-imaging of the Imani program and the importance of the private sector being involved, as he spoke to the phasing out of what exists now and changing the program, but the private sector being able to create avenues for meaningful employment for these young people, and also partnering with governments to pay for some of the training and so on. That forms a critical part. Speak to us about private sector involvement and how this is feasible.
Morning to all your viewers. It's important to understand that business is perhaps the greatest contributor in terms of any economy. Yes. And the private sector is vitally important to get everybody on board, regardless of if you're a sole trader or you're a big corporate entity. Aligning training with the what you might call Imani program is an essential part of having continuity in the workforce. So it's important for skills and understand what are the skills out there. We have a lot of kids who are doing fantastic, but are they the exams that they've done and all the subjects they have, are they really related to the skills that are necessary in our society? And so I believe that should be a good synergy to have them trained. The payment, I believe that anyone who comes to work in any environment should come in on the basic level. I agree. As long as there is a particular criteria for placing them where they ought to be. Yes. If you have a complicated sector, for example, like the financial sector, you have to make sure that the criteria for coming in and placing those people are, on par with their qualifications, etc., etc. So I believe it's the synergy would work.
Yes, great. That is just the Imani program. But the SMEs, he spoke about the importance of these drivers because they do contribute a lot. The GCIC involvement in that and merging with government's plans. This one, and how will it work?
So small and medium-sized businesses make up the core in most countries, of the development of the business sector. You go from sole traders, a lot of people who are, as we call it, turning their hand. Yes. However, there's not a clear infrastructure that we've had in our society to deal with the formalization of those who need either assistance, be technical or otherwise. So a great component, and I'm hopeful that education, the aspect of education that was mentioned by the Prime Minister in the budget, that if you can synchronize that with giving those SMEs the correct education, particularly in finance. So I'm curious about adult education, and is there any aspect of that increase in budget to specifically target adult education for financial education in particular?
I was about to get to the part on education because I know for the private sector it is quite a challenge when we have people in the workplace that may not be ready to work. And with the reform of our education system, as we heard from Prime Minister in the presentation, I do believe that by the next 5 to 10 years that we should be reaping the rewards of this.
I think so. It's important to understand. Let's go back to what you call an old expression, apprenticeship.
Yes.
That does not seem to play a part in our what you call work-day life today, but it's crucial. All over the world, there is now a debate in the bigger world where some people are opting not to go into formal education, even though it's accessible. I'm talking about like the UK and Europe, and they're going into apprenticeships. So that's an avenue that the Imanis can perhaps fit into.
Yes.
That would excite employers, potential employers. You see, some businesses, you have certification, you've passed your subjects, you did well. For most employers, that will only tell them that, okay, you can survive in a structured environment, but are you fit for the workplace? There are whole sets of other skill sets that are necessary for that to be accomplished. And it also manages expectations, because getting certified doesn't equal to pay necessarily. And certified, it's that certification does not translate necessarily into I am qualified. And so we have to manage expectations as far as that is concerned. And once you get that out in the society, and once the society starts understanding that exists, it's important to us that it's a way forward.
All right. So we have spoken specific areas from the budget, but just your general view on the presentation and how it would benefit the private sector.
I think I can describe the presentation. You know, the government has put forward their macro and microeconomic policies. I think it comes down to implementation. So I would look at it as cautiously optimistic. It's good to see that we're returning to fiscal responsibility. You know, the pandemic itself created those challenges. However, the advancement of a society, the digi world, whether we like it or not, we're surrounded by it. We use so much of it every day, but we do not implement that in our day-to-day lives. And we have to get away from looking at that, the digi world, as something that is outside of what we do, but rather every day. It's part of humankind at the moment, and we have to incorporate it in every way that we can.
Yes, I fully support. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. John. It was a pleasure speaking with you, and we look forward now, as you said, implementation will be key, and that is when we will be able to review. So next year,
we at the Chamber, basically, we're going to take a look at the budget as usual. Chamber is a willing partner, in our society, and it's important that we look at the whole budget as a whole and see how it affects our lives.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you so much, Mr. John. And we do wish you and the team at the Chamber the very best.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So that was Mr. Kenny John, President of the GCIC. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we speak with Mr. Kenny James, Labor Representative. So now we get to take our conversation to our labor representative. First, Vice President with the TUC, Mr. Kenny James, no stranger to the platform and anything labor related. Mr. James, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, my dear. Thanks for having me.
It is a pleasure. Government has presented its first budget from after being elected into office on June 23rd. Our nurses, let's start off with the teachers. Our teachers were one of the first beneficiaries. Doc salaries returned. Now our nurses are benefiting in an honorarium for the next year, $500 every month, for the entire year, $6,000 per person. Speak to us about government's presentation, the budget, and the labor sector, how to benefit.
It was a sterling performance this morning. 3 hours presentation. Clearly, the Prime Minister has demonstrated that he is capable of delivering. He is no novice to delivery, after all. He's an accomplished lawyer. we've had a lot to think about. Coming out of it, though, one can say that some hope was given. There were issues that we heard about before, and when you heard about it, you tell yourself, well, this is worries. The fiscal responsibility legislation, for example, we're going back to that next year from what he has said.
Yes.
But clearly, he was able to bring it across, not as gloom and doom, but to explain to the populace that if we are going to go forward, we must be prudent in how we manage in the system. He went even further to make the statement that they were elected not just to give us as workers what we want, but also to manage the country. So I think that was important. So all in all, I think it was a budget of hope. In some ways, one may say it's very optimistic. There was a positive twist to it. And we basically have to look now to see if what was presented is actually going to roll out. Right? The speaker alluded to Santa Claus. So we didn't hear anything about extra month salary in December. But the forecast moving forward that was presented was optimistic, was hopeful. And for labor, that is good. We heard about the projections that are made by the IMF and other international agencies from just the payments of the pension and gratuity. Moving your growth from 3% thereabout to now 5% and above. So clearly, once this is able to happen, once there's growth in the economy, labor feels good because it means that our people are working and we can also look for increases for our hard workers.
Yes, that is true. I think whenever we speak labor, we are also speaking to workers' well-being. There were a lot of talk on safety, the conditions of our work environment, where it's not conducive to exist, and also that a lot on training, capacity building. It speaks to our workers becoming more and more empowered, boosting morale, at the end of the day resulting, hopefully, in that of production. Because whenever that happens, it therefore means that everybody will be comfortable. Because once we produce more, then I'm sure increases would not be a challenge.
Would not be a challenge. And credit to him and credit to the administration. The whole focus on health and safety.
Yes.
This is the first time that we've heard some bit of serious commitment to that issue. There's a piece of legislation sitting in the Ministry of Labor that the private sector, I'm sure, they want it to be passed. We as Labour, we fully support it on the issue of occupational safety and health. So this is a major issue, and it's really good that focus is going on that. The administration has been making, whether deliberately or not, but has been making some moves that suggest that it is Labour friendly. Yeah. And until such time that otherwise is done, we have to take what is coming and make the best of it. And as workers, we have to also recognize that we have a responsibility to build this country. Yes. Because it's not only about the increases in salary, but it's about the output. We talk about the education and the training, right? There are times when we may need to retool. If we are going to be effective in the workplace, we have to be willing to mentor junior workers or new workers into the work environment, because this is critical. Leaving school with a degree or degrees doesn't necessarily mean that when you get into the workspace that you are going to be effective. So there must be some on-the-job training, some mentoring of young people, and we as established workers in the workplace, in the workforce, have that responsibility.
Yes, and I'm happy that you did emphasize on that. Being a teacher yourself and labor Labour, it puts you in that position. I want to focus on one last thing, inclusive governance, and that of the Social Partners Committee that Labour will be forming part of, a critical part of, that the Prime Minister will be chairing. Quarterly meetings, so you have an idea. It means that Labour would not only be in the discussion only when there are issues with our workers, but Labour will have an opportunity to voice their opinions with the Prime Minister, to the people that matters. When it takes it back to the Cabinet, it means that decisions can be passed faster, and at the end of the day, we can resolve issues amicably before they all get out of hand.
Well, the reality is that this is a case where they didn't throw the baby with the bathwater, because the Committee of Social Partners was instituted by former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell. So that is a good thing. The difference would be that discussion, when that discussion is finished, the decisions taken there, would they be taken seriously? Would they really and truly inform policy? That is where I think a major difference could be had, right? But it's all good, because governance of this country is not just up to the executive, but not just up to the people that we have elected, our MPs, but it's all of us. It's all the institutions in the country. So if as Labour, if as churches, if as businesses, we have that opportunity to interface with the Prime Minister and to share in an honest and open way as to what we're seeing in terms of the growth of the country and where we should go. And once they're willing to accept that, I think we're in for a very good period ahead.
All right. I think you just ended on the perfect note. Let's wait to see implementation, and I think that's what everybody's looking forward to. Mr. James, thank you so much for being here with us. We wish you and the labor sector the very best, and I think the Speaker said it right. Let's smile into the holiday season and prepare for a year of working come 2020.
I agree. Thank you for having me, and all the best to you and your viewers for the holidays. Remember to keep Christ at the center of the Christmas.
I agree fully. Let's not forget the reason for the season.
Let's not forget.
Thank you so much. So that was Mr. Kenny James, first Vice President of the TUC, sharing with us the Labour sector's comments on the budget. A lot was shared today. Our nurses are benefiting directly. They are benefiting from the budget. As of January 2023, at the end of every month, an honorarium of $500 will be given to our nurses or teachers receive their docked salaries. From all indication, this government do have plans to ensure that our industrial relations remains an atmosphere of calm, one that encourages production. So now we get to speak to a young, I think it's safe to call you a young individual that speaks it, that represents that of the new pillar, one of the newest pillars that was shared by this government, the creative economy. And today we're speaking to Mr. Denny, and he is from one of our forest brands. I know he will speak to us. I want him first to speak to us about his involvement in the creative economy and from budget. Let me invite you first. Thank you so much for being here with us.
It's indeed a pleasure to be here.
Part of the system, so that's great, but also a part of the creative economy. Government spoke a lot today. It is the first time that we ever had an allocation for this sector, $3.4 million. What are your thoughts from a young person's point of view, and the fact that government is now putting emphasis on this new era because it's where we live?
Well, actually, this is my first budget.
Okay.
That's the first time I attended the budget, and it was plenty. It was a lot to digest, but I took what I love and I ate what I love.
Okay.
And the creative art went down well for me, I must say, because as a young entrepreneur. Hearing what they have in store for the creative sectors and the entrepreneurs, it makes me smile, and I know that it makes other young entrepreneurs smile also.
Okay.
However, I pray and I trust that, it's not just words, because it sounds good. And I pray that the implementation, when it is being made, it will be shared across the board, and everyone will benefit from it.
All right. Is there anything in particular from that allocation or the plans for the creative sector that would benefit you? Speak to us a little bit about.
Well, as a young entrepreneur, hearing about the grant and the registration fees being dropped for persons who want to start the business, and all the other little things that comes along with it, it speaks volume as to where the country is heading. Because a lot of times we forget about the men on the ground, and we consider to be, sometimes by the way. But if a country places emphasis on entrepreneurship is like the wheel of the economy. You can see, as young entrepreneur, we provide employment, and as a result of that, we can help boost the economy. And any policy, any action towards entrepreneurship should be considered important.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Cornett. We do appreciate you being here. And as you said, we are looking forward to the implementation. I know that has been the repeating statement here.
Actions, because that's what will solidify everything. Yes, and I know that some persons who have already applied for the grant, they are looking forward for the New Year resolution to be added to their New Year resolution. And I know that will go a long way for entrepreneurs who are in steep waters.
Okay, that's wonderful. Yes, because you were severely affected by the pandemic.
Very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danny Cornett. Thank you. Speaking to the creative economy, government's allocations and plans. We wish you the very best.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Right. So there we had a representative from the creative economy, just sharing some reactions from the budget from key sector players throughout. We have spoken to the private sector. We have spoken to labor representative. We also spoke to the economists. Just general comments on the budget. Now we get to go back to labor. This time, though, to the president of the Public Workers Union. Mr. Grimes, good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Good afternoon to you.
It's a pleasure.
Yes.
Mr. Grimes is quite a hard what we call a marker, right? When it comes to teachers and exams.
Yeah.
And having you sitting here, I know everybody's wondering, okay, so let's hear, I'm going to ask you first, your general comments on the budget.
Well, actually, I didn't expect to be here this afternoon. The budget was so detailed and long, right? I expected I would have some lunch and move forward, but here we are. The first thing I want to do is congratulate and commend the public officers at the Ministry of Finance. Obviously, they did tremendous work based on the details of that budget. Yes, the Prime Minister, with his usual style, delivered it well. But the background work, public officers must be given some, they must be given some commendations. The budget itself, I welcome it. I see it as very, very transformative, provided that the implementation rate is better than past times or past administrations. If basically 50 or 75%, I should say, of what was stated here today is implemented, the country will see tremendous benefits.
Yes, I agree. Let's go to another good news. Nurses honorarium. Your thoughts?
Yeah. It's something good. I cannot say I'm over the moon, so to speak, because I think that is just the first step towards rebuilding the health sector, right? The nurses will be happy because what we are looking at here, Oslin, is a situation where you need to have a sort of retention policy. A policy that attracts people to the sector, and we know there has been tremendous hemorrhage and people leaving and leaving our shows, going away to greener pastures, so to speak. So government must be commended for that initiative. Along with that, I think I heard the Prime Minister say that they will be looking at regularization, and this is the key factor: job security for our nurses. And we have a fringe benefits package to be negotiated, where there are some potential benefits in in there for our nurses, and hopefully the government accedes to some of the benefits that we have in there. So they should be given a round of applause for that. It's not something that has happened before. I think I would stop short of saying it's transformative, but definitely it's a feather in the cap to government, and it's something that the nurses and the union will welcome.
Reform of the public service and some of the way that things are done. Ministry of Implementation in that of cutting back wastage, in efficiency or improving efficiency. Some of these, that was some of the policies that was spoken and detailed here in the budget. Your thoughts?
Yes, the Ministry of Implementation and Transformation, is that the proper name? It's basically a novel idea, but listening to the budget, one can see its necessity, because in terms of the implementation rate in the past, it has been abysmal. So it's all well and good to talk good things, to have a diarrhea of proposals and ideas, but if there is a constipation of action or implementation, it goes for naught. So we look forward to seeing the implementation of all these things. I think the MIT is well placed to show its true colors in terms of its need and its purpose here within the administration of this particular government.
You're an advocate on education, empowering workers. As Labour gives you that prepares you for that and puts you in that area.
Right.
A lot of emphasis on people. As you said, as it's at the starting of the budget, that was Prime Minister's opening line. It is a budget for people. They were voted for the people, they're by the people, and they will continue to represent.
Right.
Do you agree from what you hear from all that's there that we will be able to ensure that we continue to empower people?
Well, one of the things I was extremely impressed with, that some may not focus on, but it's the heavy investment in the T.A. Marichaud Community College. My understanding is about 50 million US will be borrowed to inject and invest in TAMCC. One cannot talk transformation or change or whatever it is in a society if the education sector is not used as a gateway. Now, when you have educated citizens, you get creativity, you get ideas, you get implementers, you get doers. And the fact that they are putting all this money in TAMCC, which has for all intents and purposes has become a secondary tertiary institution in this country, second by a long way to the SGU. Now the fact that it's indigenous and the government is seeing it fit to inject so much, I think it is well, and we welcome that here at the Grenada Public Workers Union, because obviously we represent some of the workers there. I also sit on the management of TAMCC, being ex officio member, being the president of the Grenada Public Workers Union, and I can say the management is extremely excited, and I think this singularly can change the trajectory of how we go as a nation, because in the next 5 to 10 years, based on all these educated citizens that we have here, and tertiary education is going to be free, we're going to see the dividends down the road. So it's something I think is underrated, and again, the government should be given huge compliments on that initiative and that injection.
Finally, the digitalization of the public service, data collection, that data center, and also being able to respond to the needs, the growing needs of technology in what we do. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I myself, I'm sort of old school, but I'm quickly getting out of that. I hear the Prime Minister allude to the fact that he's not even printing papers anymore. So that is something simple, but we're looking at the bigger picture here. This is the way the world is going. For example, just moving away quickly from the little bit from the public sector in terms of traveling. I traveled recently to Trinidad. It was tough, all the flights in and between, but the point is, when you disembarked, you had basically what you call chaos, and it made the whole process easier. And this goes for basically everything in terms of financial transactions. let's look at inland revenue. In terms of payment, instead of standing up in long lines, you're able to pay online. And recently I was able to do something with my income tax online, whereas before I had to stand up in long lines. And this initiative, I think, is a good one, because based on what the Prime Minister has stated in the budget, at least in addition, 20 new online
kiosks.
Not kiosks, but payment systems, right, for different services and so forth, will be implemented next year. And this goes a lot into productivity, right, and people being able to do things with their tablets, with their phones, and things of that nature. So that goes along into overall productivity. So the budget was filled with so many different things. It's a lot to unpack. In the initial stages, I can say, just from listening to it, I have been impressed with what has been presented thus far. In the budget, it was 3.5 hours.
Just about that.
About 3 hours of presentation. Traditionally, it maxes out to 2 hours. So it just goes to tell you how much effort, thought went into the presentation of this budget and the creation of this budget, and hopefully it can be done well for Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique.
You cannot leave without speaking to the re-imaging of the Imani program.
The Imani program, very controversial program in a sense. It has good intentions, but along the way, some people viewed it as, where it was clothed in political colors. It's more about the politics and it's more about votes as opposed to the empowerment of our young people. And I don't want to agree or disagree, but I can say it has been disappointed witnessing young people get disenchanted over a period of time working 7-8 years and not being able to get permanent work and basically operating with the same salary over that period. So the union also welcomes the transformation of the Imani program, because that simply means the workers will now become regular public officers. They will be able to remit dues to our organization, become officially a part of the PW family, and more importantly also, the people will be able to have a better dignity in their work and be able to empower themselves and get salary increases and make something of themselves. So again, commendations.
Great.
Yeah.
Mr. Grimes, thank you so much. I did say you are quite a hard examiner when it comes to marking papers. You did not disappoint. But thank you so much for being here with us. And we look forward to implementation and the union continued work with government.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
You're most welcome. So that was Mr. Brian Grimes there, concluding our reactions to the budget, the economists, the private sector. We spoke to the union. We spoke to PWU. We also spoke to a representative from the creative economy, and a lot, as all our reactions spoke to quite a detailed presentation over 3 hours. But in it, I think we can safely say that it was a budget of hope, one that focused on people. $1.3 billion. Everybody's looking forward to something from it, because I do believe it included something for everyone. Now we wait to see what 2023 brings, but what I will encourage all to do is to ensure that we all play our part in the process. It cannot be government alone. It has to be an inclusive plan, one that we all decide to take some responsibility for what we will be doing. I cannot leave here without speaking to the tabling of the NADMA legislation come 2023, which gives NADMA an opportunity, gives NADMA teeth to be able to continue our disaster management work here in Grenada. So, as we say, as Prime Minister said, it will take a revolution in thought and behavior, not just by government and public officers, but by everyone, as it will be a public-private partnership for everyone. This is where I get to say thank you to all our viewers in the diaspora, here at home, the GIS team, the media, all the platforms that have been following. We do appreciate you being here with us, and that's where we say goodbye. Remember, the House reconvene on Thursday for the continuation of the budget, and then, of course, into next week when we go into the debate. So, I'm Arcelyn Crosby.